All live.
Hello, race fans. Welcome to Antioch Speedway for another exciting, fun-filled evening of racing here at Antioch Speedway. I'm Wiley Wade.
And I'm Joe Peterson.
Joe, we got a open wheel night tonight. We got the wing sprint cars, the wingless sprint cars, the Delta Dwarf cars, and the 600 micros.
Yeah, open night, open wheel night, no points on the line, just full out open wheel racing. We're excited. In our wing sprint cars, we do have some heavy hitters from last night. Big name Tim Kading is here, Blake Carrick as well. Looking forward to that. And also in our wingless division, always see spectacular racing for our wingless division. And as well as we have always our Delta Dwarf cars here, always put on a great show. And then something new that we do have to the track also is the micro 600 micro sprints, I believe. Seen them a couple times at Delta on the short track. Pretty interesting to see them here at the 3/8 mile here at Antioch Speedway. So I'm looking forward to that actually.
Yeah, that's gonna be fun watching those cars get around this place. 600cc motorcycle engines, what they have, and looking forward to that. That's coming up here later tonight. We got the wing sprint cars out there right now. Got Art McCarthy out here in the 19 car. Ricky Brophy is here again tonight. He made it back tonight, and his dad, Doc Brophy, is going to be in the wingless car.
Yeah, that's gonna be pretty cool. Once again, to always see father and son out on the racetrack. Like you said, different division. They both were. I believe it was a son who did pretty well in the wingless. I think he had ran. So I'm looking forward to it. It should be pretty good.
And we got a father-daughter grouping in the 600 micros, which we'll talk about here in just a little bit. Young lady getting out there, and those 600 micros again look like they're going to be fun. The wingless sprint cars, DJ Johnson, our 2020 champion, is here, and he's excited. He's ready. He wants to get another win.
Yeah, it's always exciting to see him on the track. He's always a favorite. I know you like to throw out that name before the main events all the time. Let's see if he can do it again and pick up another win. He already has that track championship, and he just wants to keep adding on to that resume.
I had the opportunity, so tune in to this week's Wiley's Race Report. My interview this week is with DJ Johnson, and we talked about the fact he called me out that I tend to pick him a lot, and it seems to cause some bad luck, so that announcer's curse. But we got the battle of the 33s as normal as DJ battles with young Dylan Bloomfield.
Yeah, those two this year have just been back and forth swapping, and both of them have their issues on the track. I believe Dylan blew a motor, and I think that was kind of the pinnacle. It kind of cost him a championship a little bit, possibly. But like I said, those two on the racetrack battling, you always want to tune in and you always want to watch because they put on a show, and as the rest of the field as well.
That's right. It's going to be a good night of racing here at Antioch Speedway. Open wheel night. We got the wing sprint cars. We got the wingless sprint cars, 600 micro sprints. And, of course, let's not forget the Delta Dwarf cars. Got a lot of good hitters in that class as well, as including John Tardif. He's doing double duty running the Dwarf car and the 600 micro sprint. So that's going to be fun to watch that. A number of drivers. Oh, we got your broadcast partner on your podcast.
Yeah, Brett Kern, he'll be swapping, I think, with Alberto. For his seat in the Dwarf car. Says it's his first time racing a smaller car that size previously before he ran quarter midgets. So he's excited to get back into that, and hey, you never know. Let's see if he can pick up a win possibly.
All right, so Brent Kern in the 7XL Delta Dwarf car here tonight. Danny Wagner and his whole entourage not here tonight. They shut things down after the Mojave event of a couple weeks ago, so those cars aren't here, so that kind of opened up the field to a whole bunch of other guys that may not normally get to run for the win, actually get to run for the win here tonight. As the micro sprints are coming out to do their mud packing, that means after the micro sprints, we'll have the Delta Dwarf cars pack and start hot lapping. So all that is coming up. But don't forget, racing next week real quick. Let's talk about that Friday and Saturday. Excuse me. Right now, keep an eye on the website and on the Facebook pages for officially the times. Right now, we are looking at the same start times for Friday and Saturday. Gates open at noon. Mud packing starts at 3 o'clock. We'll see how tonight goes. But on Friday night, we got the open wheel cars back, the wing sprint cars, the wingless sprint cars. The hardtops will be here along with the Valley Sportsmen. And they do get to keep their wings in the Valley Sportsmen again, like they did last time. and of course the Jay's Mobile Welding Hobby Stocks. And then on Saturday night, it is the IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Sport Modifieds, Jay's Mobile Welding Hobby Stocks, and the mini sprints, or excuse me, the mini stocks.
Yeah.
That's going to be our final racing event for the 2020 season. What a crazy year it's been.
Yeah, it's been crazy, but overall it's still been exciting. A lot of guys are, got to take some time off, and I would say get prepared for next season, hitting it strong next season. Hopefully we can get all the races in that we can.
Yeah, a lot of race cars already torn down for the off-season rebuild, so those cars aren't here, but we got a lot of fast race cars. There's going to be some great racing here. The racetrack looks in beautiful condition as I look around all the way around this 3/8 mile semi-high banked clay oval here at Antioch Speedway.
Yeah.
All right. So we're going to head back in the booth, go ahead and watch hot laps and stuff, and we'll be back. Actually, let's go up to the booth and you can talk a little bit about while our gentlemen just step on it. Bob Hernandez behind the camera can show you what the 600 micro sprints look like. And let's talk about, Joe, you've had an adventurous last couple weeks. You went to Vegas, and you went to Merced Speedway last night.
Yeah, pretty exciting. Got the opportunity once again to make the trip down to the desert and watch some races. Got to meet some interesting people as well. Yeah, but getting back into just got to go down to the desert and just make some connections. Obviously, if you guys seen some of the social media pictures, got to meet some of the big names. Obviously, everybody's seen Scott Bloomquist, Ken Schrader, Jack Sullivan, just a lot of hitters. Terry Phillips, Jeremy Payne, some of the names that have won that event down in the Duel in the Desert is what they call it, multiple times, and just meet awesome new people, make a lot of connections and stuff like that, and I had a blast as well.
We had a lot of local guys go down. Who do you think? Who would you say had the best luck down there?
I would say probably it's kind of hard to say. Obviously with our local guys, when they go there, they're competing against the best. Some of these guys do this for a living. Specifically, I don't want to call out a name and say a certain one did better than the other one. I know, like I said, everybody goes down there with a good program. There's going to be some of those guys who stand out above others, but I think all of our California guys did pretty solid. You know what I mean? We're able to make the feature and stuff like that. But yeah, I really wouldn't say a certain somebody or whoever outlasted or did a lot better than any other guys. Everybody went out there and did a fantastic job.
Representing Antioch Speedway, Northern California, in a great way. Appreciate all the guys that went down. Can't wait. I plan on going here in the next year or two. Looks like a lot of fun. Then last night you went down to Merced Speedway. They had a special event down there. What they got going on down there?
Oh yeah, I went out there and got to attend my first USAC National Midget race, and also like you see, they had the Wing 360s. Got to meet some pretty cool people that all of us obviously watch on TV on the NASCAR side of stuff. Ricky Stenhouse and Kyle Larson, and got to watch them race, got to cheer them on, and it was a blast. Those you never would imagine those little cars of how fast they rip around the racetrack, and the lap times that they're throwing down and stuff like that, and then also some of the crazy wrecks that that you've seen that those cars go through and stuff like that, and it's just it was an awesome experience. Obviously, like I said, the experiences that I did get to experience, some I would never say possibly ever have the time to meet these guys again. So I'm glad they took the opportunity to allow me to have pictures, allow me to get to talk to them and stuff like that.
All right, with that, let's pay attention. We got cars going fast on the racetrack now. The Delta Dwarf cars kicking off hot laps. Including out there the 52 Double D of Chuck Conover going down the back straightaway into turn number 3. Behind him, it is the 2 car of 2 Double D. That'll be David Michael Rosa is out there. 36 Double D. Dennis Gilcrease on the racetrack as well. Then we fall back to the 81R. That, of course, is Moose Miramontes. And let's see, the 812, that's Chance Russell. And behind him is the 2020 Delta Dwarf car, Antioch Speedway champion, Travis Day, the 88 Double D out of Concord, California. Then we got the 12, the pink one. That is going to be Justin Bingman out of Hollister, California. That is group number 1 for these Delta Dwarf cars. A lot of cars that we see at some of the special events for the Dwarf cars are here tonight. Three heat races for the Delta Dwarf cars here tonight. They will be 8 laps apiece. Ryan Winter is back out tonight. He's got both his sprint car and his Dwarf car, and he's got some retribution to get. He was the last 2-day show we had, he was only able to make it on the Saturday night. Couldn't make the Friday night show and ended up breaking, so he didn't make the main event. So he was the winner from our summer regional event for the Delta Dwarf cars. Group number 2, who we got?
Group number 2, it looks like in that, I believe that is the 21N. That looks Fred Dickey in the 21. Behind him, looks like that's going to be the number the 45 of Danny Kelly. See him with the rookie flags on there. Also rolling down the back straightaway is going to be the 14E. That is going to be Tommy Velasquez. And right behind him is his brother of Nick Velasquez. And
those are 2 fast cars every time they come out, that's for sure.
And then rolling down the back straightaway, Wiley was just mentioning him of Ryan Winters. Had some misfortune last time he was out here. As you see, the green flag waves for hot lap session number 2. We have the 80N of Sean Jones out here tonight.
Last time we were here, we talked about you had a podcast getting ready to kick off, and you guys dropped your first episode. How'd it go?
It was great. Like I said, we got a lot of feedback. A lot of people tuned in and watched it. If you haven't, go ahead and check out on Spotify. Or you can just go to our website on the Hammer Podcast. Click the link, and it'll send you right over to the podcast episode, and you guys can go ahead and listen to it there.
So on the Hammer, and the only place to get it is on the podcast. So that's cool.
Also on track, we had the 12N, the other 12, of Mike Grennert.
Spanky out there. One of the folks that helps a lot of people out.
It looks like that's going to conclude hot lap session number 2. As we have hot lap session number 3 rolling onto the racetrack. Just barely rolling into the entry gate is a 43. That is going to be Sean Cantucci. As the green flag waves for this hot lap session. Also, we see in the 7XL, we have Brent Kern Usually we'll see him driving the 132 Sport Mod. And behind him, rolling down the back straightaway, we have the 64B of Eric Weisler. As these guys are ripping around the racetrack. The 38 Double D, that is going to be John Tardif.
He's doing double duty tonight, running this and the micro sprint. His first time, I believe it is, the micro sprint.
The 28 in, and we have of Brandon Shaw. And the 66B of Mark Biscardi. That wonderful color looking 66 race car.
21 entries. Now they got the final count for the Delta Dwarf cars here tonight. Their last race of the 2020 season here at Antioch Speedway. Probably the last race for them for the year as far as the Dwarf cars go.
Yeah, it looks like that's going to be the final race for these guys.
Thanks for tuning in to Antioch Speedway TV on AntiochSpeedway.tv. Another exciting, fun-filled evening of racing in store for you here at Antioch Speedway. Looking forward to all the great racing action we're going to have tonight. Open wheel night. I think this is the first one we've done since I've been here. Last over 5 years now. We've had lots of open wheels, but we still had some full fender guys. 600 micros coming out for their first hot lap session. Our first chance to see these cars on the track. I talked about the father-daughter combination. The 8S is Savannah Brown and her dad in the 8R, Rob Brown. Trying to see which one is which. As they are the first two cars on the track coming up off turn number 4 is the...
I believe that is the 8R.
That is Rob.
Yeah.
Nice thing is they have on the sides, they have Rob
on the
Brown
tanks.
Motorsports and Savannah Brown Motorsports.
Yeah.
Or Racing, I'm sorry, Savannah Brown Racing.
Pretty cool right there.
So that helps, that's for sure. So the cars we have out there right now, we've got the Rob Brown in the 8R, Savannah Brown in the 8S, I believe that's a 36Z of Devin Osana.
And then we have the 4 of Cody Gray. Also, you see him on the front straightaway. Then you have the 96, I believe that is, rolling down the back straightaway. The 96 of, I believe I might be butchering this, but this is Pete Pantia. Yeah. I'm sorry. I know. I guarantee I'm butchering that.
Pete P in that car. We do apologize, Pete. I was not able to catch up with him on my route, so I don't have a phonetic spelling for him.
I believe it is Piantanita. Pete Piantanita, yeah.
Piantanita.
Like, once again, I said, Pete, I apologize if I am butchering your name.
Got some debris on the front straightaway. We've got to get cleaned up before we bring out the next group of cars. Had it in a very abbreviated pre-race show today, just due to the time constraints and everything that happened. So John Tardif is from Vacaville, California. Got the debris picked up. Got a couple more of the 600 micro sprints coming out. 2 of them may not make hot laps. First one out is the 0 car. And that is Brandon Shaw. He's running double duty tonight. And behind him is...
I can't see the numbers on that tank.
I'm going to get my monocular out so I can see across the racetrack with these cars. It's not because I'm old. That's my story. I'm sticking to it. It's because I can't see.
So it looks like that is the 530 of David Husky. David Husky in that 530 car. We have one more rolling out into the racetrack, I believe. And that's going to be the 41 of John Tardif. And John Tardif is pulling double duty as well. He is in the 38 Double D Dwarf car.
Whittling that thing up off turn number 2 down the back straightaway. First time in the car, seems to be handling pretty good. But I would assume, as I say that, he hits the wall in turn number 3.
He's going to catch the white flag as they come around for this hot lap session. They're actually pushing around this racetrack. Like I said, the only time I've seen the 600s were at their, obviously, I guess their home track that they race at Delta Speedway. At Delta and Dixon Speedway, actually.
It's going to do it for this group. Next up, left start pushing race cars off. See who they're bringing out first. I think they're going to be bringing out the Wingless sprint cars first. And that is who it is. The 1C, first one out.
That is Jimmy Christian, 1C, local racer here. One of your favorites rolling out to the racetrack as well, Wiley, the 36. Bob Newberry, yes. He's had some misfortunes, actually, kind of this year.
He has had a very tough year luck-wise. If he hasn't had good luck, there's been 2 different nights he showed up and never got into a race because he broke before the heat races even began.
Yeah.
It's been that kind of year for him, so he's hoping to get the monkey off his back.
Yeah, hopefully he can, put it together and, if not get the win, do pretty well for this final race here.
He will not be in this particular race car next year. He's going to have a new one. If I remember correctly, his nephew. He's going to be running this car, and he's going to have a different car, if I remember correctly.
Also, we've seen rolling out to the track, that is the 50 of Tony Bernard.
Tony having some good runs here this year. Hasn't got a win yet, but having some good runs. Working his way forward. 60 car rolls out, Scott Clough.
I think he's a new one that we've seen.
He was here for the Hunt Magneto Series race.
Okay.
Back earlier this year, if I remember correctly. Got another Drift driver in the 3F this weekend.
That is Daniel Kessinger. Or, I'm sorry, Daniel D. Kessinger. Kesser.
De Kaiser.
De Kaiser, there we go, yeah.
Kaiser.
Daniel De Kaiser.
Had an opportunity to talk to him earlier as I was making my rounds. Little phonetics in there so I remember.
Daniel De Kaiser, hear this, out of Kelseyville, California.
Yeah, you told me Lake County. So that would be up there, right?
As you see, as the green flag drops for these guys.
Coming out of the 36 car already.
As well as the 3F of Daniel De Kaiser.
Car out there. Roy Fisher of Antioch Speedway regular.
As you can see, as the track's still slick, still pretty slimy, so these cars are ripping around here, trying to throw some of that slime up to the top of the racetrack.
Don't see this. I guess there still is a little bit of smoke. Hopefully just some oil burning off for Bob Newberry. While we have a minute, I want to say thanks to all the officials in the yellow shirts you see down there in the infield, coming out each and every week to help put this show on. Fabulous Bob up on the flag stand, the only dancing flag man that I'm aware of. We have not had you dance enough, Bob. We got to get Bob dancing more. I want to say thanks to Andrea up here in the booth for timing and scoring. Rich Quadrelli, our race director. Ren, our scoreboard operator. Got our officials in the back stretch. Carl up on the stand on the back straightaway. Marissa on the pit board back there. Mike, our technical inspector. I think he's back in the pits at the moment. And Joe, thank you very much.
Thank you, Wiley. I appreciate it.
DJ Johnson not on the racetrack in that 33 car. Here comes the 7X or EJ of Josh Young out of Marysville, California in that yellow car. Then we got the 27 car. That is Steve Miyanki.
Miyanki, there we
go.
go.
Out of Sonora. 62 years old. I stopped by and talked to them real quick, and they, gave me a better phonetic spelling, so it's Miyanki. And this is only his 4th race ever in a race car here tonight. Let's see, the 3F of Daniel De Kaiser out there, the 28 car, tonight being driven by Doc Brophy. Ricky is running the wing car. Doc is running the wingless car. There's young Dylan Bloomfield. Can't wait to find out what his plans are for next year. See if he's staying in the wingless car, going wing sprint car racing, or exactly what young Dylan Bloomfield is going to do.
All right, green flag's going to wait for this hot lap session as they get on the hammer.
DJ Johnson was very excited about pulling a 1 tonight. He actually gets to start at the front of the field. He typically starts towards the back. His pill draws typically are not what he would hope, so we'll see how that works out for him.
But isn't it more fun to see him come from the back, though?
We want him to come from the back.
We want him to come from the back, yeah. I'm not saying I want him to pull a terrible number. I'm just saying I want to see a show.
That's right. I think I said about a month and a half ago we need to make him start in the back every race just because.
Yeah, you did say that.
The entertainment factor, because he will get to the front. Finished second last time out behind the young Dylan Bloomfield. Dylan led flag to flag on the 31st of October. DJ doing a slide job on Doc Brophy. Richard Brophy in that 28 car.
Even in hot laps, he kind of races as if it's his last race. So,
and had a nice interview with him. Can't wait to air that on Wiley's Race Report coming up this weekend. One of the things he talked about, he didn't even think about points until the last 2 or 3 races when somebody told him he was in the points lead. Before that, he was just out running.
Yeah, and like you said, we've heard that from, I think, every person who was actually leading in points was, I didn't come here to race points, or I'm not thinking about points. And then it's like, oh, I'm leading the championship? So
Now, at the start of the COVID year, we didn't even know if we were going to have points.
a race season, yeah, exactly. So
It was definitely a different situation. All right, pushing off the next group, Wingless Sprint Cars. Of course, if you have not been paying attention this year and you watched these Wingless cars here at Antioch Speedway,
they do not have starters.
Yeah. They used to have starters. They no longer have starters. They've gone to the rules that most everybody else in the area run. There are still a few that do have left the starters in, but most of them do not, so they do have to be pushed off. Sean Jones, next one out, or the first one out for this group, in his number
24 car.
24 car, right?
Yeah, usually I believe he's one of the sprint car drivers as well that does double duty in his in the Dwarf car. Not doing double duty tonight.
No, he is.
Oh, he is.
He is in the ADR car. So he is.
Oh, I stand corrected.
Duty.
Yeah, he is actually. Yes.
Sean Arriaga in the 56 car. Still getting used to him being in a wingless car. I've watched him for so many years in the wing car.
Yeah,
nice.
yeah.
He's loving it. 48 car out there as well. That is, of course, Troy Ferry out of Antioch, California. So Sean Jones, let's hit a few of these out of San Jose. The Zanatti Racing RJB engines, Taz and Push Motorsports sponsorship on that car. The one car that is Nate Shank out of Santa Rosa, Joe Hunt Magneto sponsorship on that car. The 56 of Sean Arriaga, a little smoke coming out of that with, of course, cannot forget Unique Breeds, Elite Hood Cleaning Services, your Chief Express Meal Prep, Arriaga Landscaping, Jennings Power Coating, Wisecrack's Windshield Repair, and JB Race Component sponsorship on the 56 car.
And then just rolling down to the racetrack, that is going to be the 92A of Jeff Scotto and the Power Source Electric Contractors, All Pro Glass, Panel Music Box Downtown Antioch, Deer Valley Chiropractic, Dr. Rick Harris, 92A machine, sprint car. As well as the 69 of Skip Tuttle and the Black Bear Diner, Contra Costa Radiator, Diablo Pools, Linex.
First time in a sprint car. He actually is used to racing boats, flat bottom boats.
Wow, something
Now he's trying,
way out of his element.
and
Yeah,
his son Jacob Tuttle, last year's Wing sprint car champion, got to drive his flat bottom boat, and he wanted his dad to try a sprint car and see how he does. So that's the deal on that. A lot of smoke coming out of that race car.
yeah. As we see the green flag drop.
Kevin Boxon is here. Let's see him check in earlier. So in that 2 car, he is out there at the moment.
All right, as we are getting the checker flag waving for this hot lap session. These cars are really starting to gain ground now on this racetrack, or gain speed on this racetrack, excuse me.
So cooler temperatures means engines are going to be producing more power, which means in theory we should be seeing higher speeds. So I'm looking forward to that.
That's one thing I've noticed as well when I was when I had visited Merced last night with the midgets as well as the wing cars, is as the cooler temperatures were out, the cars did continue to kind of start smoking, as well as when they were under caution as well. So I wonder if the cold weather could be playing a factor with the reason why some of these cars are smoking.
These cars do have to get warmed up. That's why whether our track needs mud packing or not, they do have to go out and run around slowly to get the engines warmed up before they get on there and mash the gas, that's for sure. Thanks for joining us on AntiochSpeedway.tv. Antioch Speedway TV up and running live and direct from Antioch, California. 3/8 mile semi-high banked oval racetrack here in the center of Antioch, California. It is at the fairgrounds for Contra Costa County and got a lot of great racing action in store for you with our open wheel night. Wing sprint cars are running out now for their hot lap session. Looks like we have 15 entries.
We're on track right now. You guys seeing it's a 3X. That is going to be Caleb Montgomery in the 3X car. The 5X Inc. Lexington David Cry CSI Shocks Bullseye Design 3X car.
And behind him, we got the 82 car out there, the 82J of Steve Jackwith out of Chowchilla, California. Orion Farms, wings by Joe Miles, MT Trading, and Pungnez, Landon Cattle. I think I butchered that in that 82J car. Behind him, the 61 of Travis Labatt out of Livermore, California, Bay Area Tile, Moss Brothers powder coating sponsorship on that car.
And then behind him, rolling down the back straightaway, we have, that is the 22, and that is going to be driven by Keith Day in the 22 machine. As well as behind him, we have driving the number 24A, or no, just a 24 of Garrett Williamson out of Columbia, Missouri. All the way from Columbia, Missouri.
He's our long haul for the night. He came up here because he was down in Merced last night and said, "Hey, we're here. They're running. Let's go up and go running with them."
Yeah, pretty interesting to have. Obviously, that's going to be our long tow, long tow for the day. Yeah.
And what sponsors did he have?
And the Garrett Williamson of Midmo Equipments and Sorrells out of Columbia, Missouri. And then behind him will be the 88A of Joey Ancona out of Concord, California. Joey the Rocket Ancona. Swindale Speed Labs. Melrose Power Coating sponsorship on that machine. As it looks like they're going to get set to take the first green for their hot lap session as they pick up the speed. As these cars are just blistering fast around this racetrack. As we see, the checker flag is out for this first group hot lap session.
Looking for speeds over 100 miles an hour here in these cars. 360s, wing sprint cars, don't be surprised if we see 105 miles an hour in these kind of conditions. That's going to be my guess. I think the wingless cars will get hit 95 or so tonight as well.
Yeah, these cars were lightning fast last night at Merced, and now even on I would say a little bit of a bigger track here at Antioch. Yeah, I would say they'd reach speeds probably over, if not over, 100 miles per hour.
Pushing off the next set. The next one out is the 3M car of Adam Keating, with Keating Performance sponsorship on that car out of Campbell, California.
And rolling out onto the racetrack, this is going to be the 38B of Blake Carrick out of Lincoln, California. The 38B of CBC Concrete Keating Performance ART. K1 Racing race cars, or I'm sorry, yeah, race gear. Blake Carrick.
73 car rolls out. Tony Gala out of Hollister, California.
Guadella. I believe it's Guadella. Tony Guadella.
Guadella. Reliable. Sun Valley Ag Transport. Eddie Water Construction, Pacific Coast Maintenance Services sponsorship.
And also we seen rolling onto the racetrack is the 19 of Art McCarthy out of San Jose, and the Skip Ganova race engines, Fleet Bodyworks, RPM mufflers, Scott Casper Photography, 19 race car out there. Also, we see rolling onto the racetrack one of our legends here, big names in the 42X. That is going to be Tim Kading onto the racetrack. And the R&B company, Cloval Dan United Sales 42X machine.
James Ringo and the 3T is out there. Ringo out of Morgan Hill, California is where he is from.
Also onto the racetrack, we see in the white number 12, that is going to be Jacob Pacheco. Jacob Pacheco. And the Pacheco overhead door, Christian Electric, BR Motorsports, and special thanks to the family for getting them out here.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure we said a special thanks to his family tonight. Out of San Martin, California. Down south. Going to light these guys up, let them get some speed under their belts.
As we see that green flag waving.
Take a look at the 42 car. Watch him go around the racetrack. Down the back straightaway into turn number 3 is Tim Keating. And see if we can get a time on him. Down the front straightaway into turn number 1. He's getting held up a little bit by the 38B of Clark Carrick. He's going to get off the gas a little bit coming up off turn number 2. Put some room between the two. Comes up off turn number 4 and at the line. 1361. On the stopwatch, 99.192 miles an hour for hot laps. And he had that slower car in front of him, so already over 100 miles an hour for these cars.
So I get a lot of questions also outside of our announcer's box. And a lot of questions wanted to be asked is, how do you get lap times and the speed of these cars that go around the racetrack?
I have a magic little stopwatch I bought years ago. It's a racing stopwatch. It gives you the time and the speed based on you put the length of the racetrack in, and so that's how I do it. Next year, though, I'm going to be doing it off the computer because if all goes as planned, we'll have live timing and scoring.
Exactly. Race Monitor, if you guys wanted to check that out on not Race Monitor.
My
Race Pass, if you guys check that out tonight, and you can catch.
So My Race Pass is the place to be for all that. If you don't have it, get on over there and get it. It is free. That's not an open wheel car. Just saying. Got a couple of IMCA modifieds coming out to do a little practicing. Getting some hot laps in, getting ready for next weekend's big events here at Antioch Speedway. Big event because it's the final race of the 2020 season. They're 1,500 to win, right? Yes, the modifieds are next Saturday night.
And I believe in that black car, if I am correct, that is Brett Kern.
That's his new car. He is moving up.
And his new A-mod. Yes, it is. Yeah, it is actually in his new A-mod.
Changing numbers. He had number 59 on there.
Or obviously we know that is Randy Miller's old car, so Yeah. As these guys are trying to lay down some laps, possibly for a little test and tune for next week, like Wiley said. As their 52G looks like he's going to get ready to see the checker flag. Like I said, a little test and tune for these guys for next week.
Hey, did you change your Facebook page password? Chris is trying to get in. He said he can't get in to do live looking. Did you change the Facebook password? All right, Chris is saying he needs access and he can't get in. Chris, he's trying to do a live look at it. He said he can't get in. All right. Are we going racing? That's it,
I
right?
believe it's time to go heat racing with the Delta Dwarf cars. As we are going to have 3 heat races, 8 laps. All cars will transfer to the A feature tonight. As we get set, heat number 1 rolling onto the racetrack. It looks like this in the 812 Double D out of Antioch, California. That is going to be Chance Russell. And to his outside in the 4N out of Galt, California. That is going to be Ryan Winner.
Dennis Gilcrease in a 36 Double D out of
California.
California in the inside of row 2 outside the 14E of Tommy Velasquez out of Camarillo, California.
And in your third row, in the 12N, that is going to be Mike Grennert out of Fairfield, California. And to his outside, in the 38 Double D, that is going to be John Tardif out of Clyde, California.
And Hollister's Justin Bingham in a 12 car will start at the rear of the field.
Heat race number 1, 8 laps. Let's see who's going to get it done tonight. As Fabulous Bob gives them the 1 to go signal.
Going to go green flag racing next time by. It helps if I get on the right page. All right, so my race pass is the place to be for lineups and finishing orders and stuff. And next year we will have, of course, live timing and scoring if all goes as planned. But for tonight, you got Joe and I to help you along as Chance Russell's bringing it around. Nice and slow, getting ready to go hot in that go zone down there in turn number 4. You see the orange tire, the orange cone, and green flag in the air.
Green flag in the air, and it looks like he's going to jump out to the early lead going into turn 1. Ryan Winters is going to lead him out coming out of turn 2. Down the back straightaway. Now you see the 14 car of Tommy Velasquez jumps to that second place position.
Up off turn number 4, Ryan Winters, one you don't want to see on the front if you are competing against him because he is fast each and every time out. But he's got Tommy Velasquez right out his back door as they go down the back straightaway. Into turn number 3, Velasquez looks low going in through 3 and 4. He slides up the hill coming up off turn number 4.
Yes, as Wiley talked about earlier with our pre-race show, the 14, him and his brother are very fast here. Let's see if he can give Ryan Winters a run for his money going into turn 3. He's stalking the rear of that 4 in car. Still doesn't really have nothing for him down the front straightaway as they go into turn 1.
Ryan Winters on the point. Tommy Velasquez now looks low, coming up off turn number 2. Not quite close enough to make a move, but he is putting on the pressure into turn number 3. This time, Winter goes into turn number 3 a little lower than he did the lap before, and comes up off with the lead, completing 4 of 4. 4 down, 4 to go.
Yes, 4 laps in, 4 laps to go. He's inching so closer. He's going to try to give it to him. Going into 3, no, as Winters slides up the racetrack a bit. Still, Winters leads down the front straightaway. Velasquez, they're both in the same middle groove, center groove of the racetrack. I think Tommy Velasquez is waiting for a mistake or see if he can pressure Ryan Winters into a mistake.
Early in the night, he gets up over the cushion. Now he's going to lose about 3 car lengths. I think that 14E might be faster right now than Ryan Winter, but the racetrack's still coming in, not able to get around him. Let's look back real quick. A rundown with 2 laps to go. White flag coming out this time by Spanky. Mike Grennert in the second spot. 1 car blowing up. Dennis Gilcrease down the back straightaway. A lot of smoke coming out of that race car. White flag is out. Ryan Winters comes up off turn number 2. Here comes Tommy Velasquez into turn number 3. Not quite close enough to make a move. He closes in just a little bit up off 3 and 4. At the line, give it to Ryan Winter.
Ryan Winters wins it with Tommy Velasquez second. That's going to be Spanky in third. Coming in fourth is going to be the 812 of Chance Russell. And in fifth is going to be the 38 of John Tardif, rounding out your unofficial top 5.
That'll give Justin Bingham the 6th spot after Dennis Gilcrease, not what he wanted to have happen, blew up. Going down, coming up off turn number 2, down the back straightaway. Last green flag lap at 15:72 on the stopwatch, 85.878 miles an hour. Congratulations to our winner, Ryan Winter. Switching over to heat race number 2, number 2. We are going with Nick Velasquez on the point, the 41E car, another one of those fast cars. To his outside will be the 81R of Randy Miramontes out of Santa Rosa, California.
And in your second row, in the 21N, that is going to be Fred Dickey out of Valley Springs, California. To his outside is going to be the 64B of Eric Weisler out of Campbell, California.
In row number 3, the inside, the 66B of Mark Briscardi out of San Jose, California. And Brent Curran in the 7XL making his Delta Dwarf car debut out of now out of Sonora, California. David Michael Rosa in the 2DD is
going to tell the back of the field.
Going to give him one to go this time by. 8 laps. Everybody makes the big show. Want to say welcome to all our folks on Facebook on Antioch Speedway by Promotions and Antioch Speedway.tv on Facebook. Welcome to another exciting, fun-filled evening of racing. You're getting a live look in, and if you want to see the rest of the evening, you're going to have to go over to Antioch Speedway.tv and subscribe for the full night of racing here at Antioch Speedway.
As they got the 1 to go signal around the racetrack as they pace slowly down the back straightaway. Heat race number 2 getting set to fire off. Nick Velasquez, Randy Miramontes, as they get set to see the green flag. Green flag's out. Nick Velasquez gets a huge jump on the field as he sends it into turn 1. As we see the 64 of Eric Weisler is going to jump out to that second place position. It looks like they're going to try to check out from the field. And here comes the 66B of Mark Briscardi starting from his 5th place position. He's already in the 3rd place position coming across the line.
Our leader, Nick Velasquez, up off turn number 2. He's got a good-sized lead over the 64 of Eric Weisler in that 64 car. Mark Briscardi had a good run here a couple weeks ago or a month or so ago in the 2-day show. Is in that 3rd spot. 4th, the 21 car of Fred Dickey. And here comes Brent Curran. He's up to the 5th spot.
Brent Curran trying to maneuver his way through the field, getting adjusted to that race car, but still up front now. Briscardi's trying to make some moves, and he's on Weisler for that 2nd place position. That's still Velasquez trying to run away, check out from the field. As now it's a three-way battle for that third place position as Kern, Rosa, and the 21 car of Dickey all doing battle for that third place position.
Right now, that's the actually battle for the fourth spot.
Or I'm sorry, yes, the fourth place
That's the
position.
best battle on the racetrack right now. But out front, here comes Mark Briscardi. He's catching up to that Eric Wessler car. Looking to the inside, coming up off turn number 4. Battle for second. Off turn 4 down the front straightaway into turn number 1.
Yes, Biscardi and Wessler going back and forth. Here comes Biscardi. No, he's not going to get him. Wessler still holds on to that second place position down the back straightaway. Going into turn 3, coming out of 4. Here comes Biscardi. They're going to drag to the line. Still it's Wessler for that second place position.
Off turn number 2. Oh, look at that. Almost into the wall. Wessler coming up off turn number 2. Just misses the back end, hitting the race wall. As he slides up over the cushion once again, opens up the door. Mark Briscardi now our second place.
As Velasquez has seen the white flag down the back straightaway, going into 3, coming out of 4. Your winner of Heat 2 in the 41 is going to be Nick Velasquez. In second, he's going to hold him off. It's going to be Mark Briscardi. Third is going to go to Eric Wessler. Fourth is going to go to David Michael Rosa, and fifth is going to go to the 7XL of Brent Kern, your unofficial top 5 for heat race number 2.
Not a bad way to start off your career for Brent Kern. These cars are a lot different to drive than a modified. Shorter wheelbase, high horsepower to weight ratio. Great job by Brent, but congratulations, Nick Velasquez, taking home the heat race number 2 win for the Delta Dwarf cars here tonight on open wheel night at Antioch Speedway. Switching over to heat race number 3, and we have got Danny Kelly out of Prunedale, California in the 45 car scheduled to start on the point. 2 is outside the 28N of Brandon Shaw out of Escalon, California.
And in your second row in the 43 out of Brentwood, California, that is going to be Sean Catucci. And to his outside, your 2020 Antioch Speedway track champion in the Delta Dwarf cars in the 88 Double D out of Concord, California. That is going to be Travis Day.
Sean Jones starting inside row number 3 in that 80N out of San Jose, California. To his outside, the 52 Double D. That's Chuck Conover out of Pittsburgh, California.
And your final starter in the 68 Double D, that is going to be Dynamite Dave Rosa, starting into the tail of the field.
Late entry was Dynamite Dave and David Michael Rosa. They'll come around to the green flag this next time by.
All right, as they roll slowly going into turn 3. Looks like they're going to be seeing the green flag. As they're going to see the green flag as they get on the hammer. And it's going to be the 28 of Brandon Shaw jumping out to the early lead. Sean Catucci did not get a great start, and he is slow.
With Catucci.
He's slow down the back straightaway as he picks up momentum once again. But nevertheless, the race continues on. Still with Brandon Shaw leading across the line.
Brandon Shaw, Sean Jones,
Sean Jones,
and Travis Day, our 2020 champion, with that yellow hood. That looks different. A little different look to his race car here this weekend. Sean Jones looks underneath on that Brandon Shaw car, not able to get around him, going down in the north end of the racetrack. This time into turn number 1, he stays right in the wheel tracks, coming up off turn number 2, down the back straightaway.
Down the back straight. Now he's going to try to throw in a slider. He's going to try to get him. No! Still the door is closed. Brandon Shaw still holds on to the lead.
Racetrack not quite ready for that kind of move. It will be a little bit later. Dynamite Dave Rosa going slow in turn number 1. That battle for the lead, though, down the back straightaway. Into turn number 3. Something comes out of the 80 car. Here comes Sean Jones as our 28 car. Brandon Shaw made a mistake. Smoke coming out of Jones' car as he gets off the gas. Dynamite Dave leaves the racetrack. New race car, the 80N of Sean Jones.
Sean Jones, your new leader going into turn 3. Coming out of 4. Looks like he's going to inherit some lap traffic possibly. And now it looks like the mechanical flag possibly giving to Brandon Shaw in the 28, it looks like.
Nope, no flag. Sean Jones on the point. Brandon Shaw second. Third, Travis Day. Fourth, Chuck Conover. Fifth is the 45 car of Danny Kelly out of Prudendale, California. White flag out this time by as it comes down up off turn number 4. Down the front straightaway into turn number 1. The 80 end of Sean Jones coming around. All he has to do is keep it off the walls, keep it running, and he'll be in victory lane for, again, smoke coming out of that car. And it might be more than smoke. It almost looks like liquid coming out when he gets off the gas down the straightaway.
He sees the checker flag. Checker flag for Sean Jones. Second is going to go to Brandon Shaw. Third is going to go to Travis Day. Fourth is going to go to the 52 of Chuck Conover. I'm sorry, actually, the 45 of Danny Kelly is going to get fourth, and then the 52 of Chuck Conover will be our unofficial top 5.
45 was a lap down, right? He got fifth. So actually, the 45 was a lap down. Danny Kelly will get 5th. Chuck Conover will get the 4th position. That's going to do it for our Delta Dwarf cars. Before we get to the next group of cars out, we got some track inspections going on up on the high side of 3 and 4. Looks like they found whatever they were looking for. And coming back down. Up next, the 600 micro sprints. 600 cc. Now the cars we just saw, they're running 1,000 to 1,100 cc motorcycle engines. Next cars, they're running 600 cc motorcycle engines, mostly Yamaha, Kawasaki, and Suzuki. I was told there was a Honda or 2 thrown in there through some of these cars, but I'm not sure if any of them here tonight have them or not. I think most of them are Yamaha and Suzuki. Get them to roll off. Heat race number 1, John Tardif, who ran a Delta Dwarf car a little bit ago, out of Vacaville, California, in the 41 car. Starting on the point, outside the front row, Savannah Brown, out of Santa Rosa, California, in that 8S.
And in your second row, in the 8R, the father, Rob Brown, out of Santa Rosa, California, and to his outside, the 530 out of Mariposa, California. That is going to be David Husky.
8 of these cars here tonight, so 2 heat races of 4. Going to give him the 1 to go signal this time by John Tardif. First time in one of these 600 micro sprints, doing the double duty. Looking forward to it. Savannah Brown, young lady with dad, starting in that 3rd spot. The Browns getting ready to go with David Husky bringing up the rear of the field. It is 6 laps for the heat races. Everybody makes the main event. So 400cc, 400 or 500cc difference between John's Dwarf car and this car. These ones are a little lighter, I do believe. Green flag in the air.
Green flag in the air for these guys. And already you see Rob Brown trying to make a move to the front as his daughter Savannah Brown is leading the field down the back straightaway. Here comes father in second place right now, Rob Brown. As they come across the line, it's going to be Savannah Brown leading lap number 1.
If you're on Facebook and watching, remember the only place to see all the action live and direct from Antioch Speedway is head on over to AntiochSpeedway.tv. AntiochSpeedway.tv is the place to be for all of tonight's racing action. Coming up off turn number 4, it is the Browns leading the way. Savannah on the point. Dad Rob looking to the inside, coming up off turn number 2. Down the back straightaway they go. These 600 micro sprints into turn number 3. Traveling at 15:69 that last time by 86 miles an hour, plus that time of 15:56, 86.761 miles an hour. They may be small, they may only be 600 cc's, but they sure are fast.
And they are putting on a show as we see father and daughter, as we see the daughter holding off her dad, Rob Brown, as of right now, as we are 3 laps in, 3 laps to go still. Let's see if she can hold on to win this heat race over Rob Brown.
Dad giving her a lot of pressure going down into turn number 3. White flag coming out next time by. He gets a little sideways as he has to get down the brakes when she has a problem in the middle of 3 and 4. White flag is out one more time around Savannah Brown. Coming up off turn number 2. Is Dad going to pass her? He's falling back a little bit. Going up off turn 2. He dives deep into turn number 3. Right up on a rear bumper. Coming up off turn number 4. Savannah Brown with the win. Rob Brown second.
Coming across the line for third is going to be the 530 of David Husky. And finishing in that 4th place position is going to be the 41 of John Tardif.
A good run for John, first time out, and almost got him there at the line. Last lap of 15:84 on the stopwatch, 85.227 miles an hour. Congratulations to Savannah Brown for winning heat race number 1. Going to give him just a second before we bring out the next group of cars. All right, here comes heat race number 2. All right, Pete, if I mess up your name, I apologize. On the point, the 96 car out of Discovery Bay, California. It's Pete Pinanita?
Yeah, I would say.
And the outside, Devin Oshana out of Oakland, California in the 36Z.
And in row 2, we seen him in a Dwarf car, and the 0 out of Escalon, California, and that was going to be Brandon Shaw, and to his outside. And the number 4 out of Auburn, California, and that is going to be Cody Gray. And one of the nice-looking cars for the Micro Sprints, too, that Pete does have, as we see that number 96 roll out into the racetrack.
So I'm going to say, until I'm told otherwise, Piantanita. Fun little cars here. He's out of Discovery Bay. Again, didn't get to meet with him. I met with everybody else, but he wasn't here when I made my round, so I missed talking to him. Showing where the starter zone is down there for our leader, Piantanita, in the 96 car. Give him the 1-to-go signal. We're going to go green flag racing next time by.
As Pete sets a slow pace
Chicken.
around the racetrack for these guys.
These guys race up at Dixon Speedway, which is much smaller than this. So
Dixon and Delta as well.
This is their big racetrack, or one of their big racetracks that they run on, being here.
As we get set, bring them around. Green flag is going to wave. Wow. Getting a
Cody
huge
Gray.
jump. Cody Gray was not messing around on that start.
Going to bring that one back. From what talking with the Browns, I talked to them, and they asked if he was here, and he was kind of sly. Sounds like he's like the guy to beat. He sounds like the man, the Sean Jones, the Danny Wagner, the Tricky Troy Folger, Kellen Chadwick style of racer. So he's just gonna have to hold off. Can't beat when he's starting dead last. Can't beat the entire field to the starters line on the initial start. That's gonna be a no-no. So.
All right, we're going to take 2 as we get set. Green flag is out. This time a little much better start, and still.
Ooh, one car slows up.
Cody
Around Pete got out of the gas, and he got rear-ended in the middle of turns 1 and 2, and now he's back on the gas, but didn't matter. Cody Gray
still holding on to the lead. Yeah, still takes that lead. Pete sitting in second place, and it looks like that is the 0. I'm sorry. Yeah, the 0 car.
0 car of Brandon Shaw.
Yes, now he resumes the third place. Yes.
And Devin Oshana there in the 4th position.
With 3 laps and 3 laps to go, as Cody Gray is just checking out into another zip code right now.
Okay, I got to double check this because I just clocked him at over 94 miles an hour. Let me get a better time as he come up off turn number 4 this time. He is running 94 miles an hour, 14.34 seconds, 94.142 miles an hour. That is a fast race car.
These little cars are ripping around the racetrack as he's going to see the white flag.
Battle for second off turn number 2. They touch going into, into turn number 3. They touch. They straighten it out and keep on going. White flag in the air.
As now we see, he's going to try to make a diamond move down the back straightaway. As we're going to see checker flag is going to fly for Cody Gray. But who's going to get second across the line? It looks like it's going to be Pete.
96.
Yeah, Pete got him.
Gets the spots.
Over Brandon Shaw.
That was a heck of a run up off turn number 4 for that one.
Finishing in the 4th place position is going to be the 36D of Devin Osana. Osana finishing in the 4th place position.
Well, I can see why in my discussions people were mentioning Cody Gray. That boy is fast. Young man, too. I did talk to him. Coming up next. Again, if you're still on Facebook watching, head on over to AntiochSpeedway.tv, AntiochSpeedway.tv for all of tonight's racing action live and direct from Antioch Speedway for another exciting, fun-filled evening of racing. The only place to be, AntiochSpeedway.tv. We appreciate you. Joe and I had a blast at our Wednesday night announcement for fans here a couple weeks ago, and then
unfortunately, that kind of took a different direction. Well, I wouldn't say it took a different direction, but
COVID took over.
Yeah, it sucks. I mean, we can't really do nothing about that. It's just, it is what it is.
We were excited about having fans.
Yeah, really were, and but it looks like, just like I said, unfortunately, hopefully next year we can have you guys out here and bring you guys back into the stands, and we can kind of get back to what we considered our normal Saturday night at the racetrack.
That was a very quickly set up thing. I think I got the call Tuesday night. That was put together in like less than 24 hours or right around 24 hours.
Yeah.
To get all these cars and drivers that we had out here. So appreciate everyone. We kind of kept to the cars that were local, that wouldn't be a long haul for. Most of them happen to be champions, but not all of them.
As we see, our wingless spec sprints are rolling out onto the racetrack. These guys will have 3 heat races, 8 laps apiece, and all cars will transfer into the feature tonight.
As we've been doing all season long, we'll roll Heat 1 and Heat 2 out to the racetrack. Heat 1 onto the front straightaway. Heat 2 will go to the infield. Just kind of helps with we have to push them all off. There are a lot of other things that are happening around here that I can't talk about, but that I'm really excited about. Changes are going to be taking place. So, folks,
like
the first
said,
year of the Chad and Tina show has been a lot of fun and very successful in my mind, especially considering their first year promoting. They get thrown into COVID and the way things have happened.
They didn't get thrown into COVID. COVID hit them.
Yeah.
Let's just put that way. And it's kind of everybody. Every track got hit with it. Unfortunately, they were kind of fortunately for us, we were one of the ones to get to stay racing. Actually, a lot of tracks unfortunately aren't even racing because they really can't even afford not to have fans. Luckily, that we do have racing. We do have you guys out here every weekend. So, I mean, you kind of look at it. We try to look at it as a plus because we are actually racing. We are actually able to do something each weekend and gather and race. So it could be a lot worse, but at least having you guys able to watch on the broadcast and stuff like that, hopefully you guys do like it and you guys are tuning in every week. And like I said, hopefully we'll have you guys live here in the stands next year.
That's going to be fun. Looking forward to it. And it's a short off season this year, running into end of November. It's going to be a very short off season, so we'll be testing and tuning in less than 3 months from now.
Yeah, it seems like kind of the off season gets, I would say, a little shorter and shorter kind of sometimes every year. But if there's a race day, somebody wants to race. So.
Starting lineup for heat race number 1 for the 360 wingless sprint cars. We've got DJ Johnson, gets to start on the pole, our 2020 champion, Halstead Real Estate Team and Keller Williams Real Estate. Bill's Tire Service off Pacheco. Shaw Motorsports Engine Tuning by Bob. Outside the front row, it's Sean Jones. A couple heavy hitters on the front row. Sean Jones out of San Jose with Zanatti Racing, RJB Engines, Taz Push Motorsports sponsorship on that 24 car.
And in your second row, in the 48 out of Vallejo, California, that's going to be Troy Ferry. Troy Ferry. And the Troy Ferry Trucking, Uncle Sam, and SNS Automotive, Bunker Motorsports. And to his outside is the 36, Bob Newberry out of Brentwood, California. And the Air One Heating AC Collision Center, Wayne Swisher Cement, Delta RC Racing Hobby Stocks, Martin Racing Machine.
And our third row, we got Josh Young out of Roseville, California in the 7EJ. And to his, actually he's out of Roseville, I guess, Marysville, something like that. Bob Davis in the 3R out of Petaluma, California is in the outside of row number 3.
And the number 2 of Kevin Box, out of
lives up on the Delta.
Yeah, just says Delta. The Norms Auto and Machine, Jerry Caesar Express, number 2, Kevin Box.
That's our first starting lineup for the first of 3 heat races here for the Wingless Sprint Cars. Again, if you haven't
And also, Wiley mentioned for even the drivers out there with the My Race Pass, you can log in and click on your profile. So if some of these towns or whatever that we're mentioning are not correct, or you can click your profile and actually change that.
Please do claim your profile and keep it updated. You want us to have the most current sponsors and stuff. Make sure you claim your profile on My Race Pass and keep it updated. It's going to matter next year when we have the live timing and scoring, because all that's going to be fed from My Race Pass. So it's really important.
Yes, and you can even put your accomplishments, everything, the biography about yourself. So go ahead, if you ever get a chance or whatever, go there and go in there and do that on My Race Pass.
Please do. Going to go around again, do a little packing. Talk to Jason Jennings out in the pits here tonight. He was here. He has sold his
Sport Mod.
IMCA Sport Mod.
And I believe he got a stock car?
He's buying a brand new stock car.
Yeah.
So another driver that's going to be running the stock car series. He said he won't make the beginning of the season. He's going to be building it. He's got to take his time a little bit and the money and stuff to build it correctly, but it'll be out next year with another one of these cars coming out, the IMCA stock cars. I am so excited about those. You saw those down in Vegas, right?
Oh, my goodness. If you thought that was a show that they put on here at Antioch, I tell you, Vegas was insane. And especially, I believe that was the first time in, I could be wrong, so don't quote me on this, but the first time, and I believe they said 8 or 9 years that the stock cars have been to Vegas. So it was fun. It was fun, exciting, especially to see the guys that come back from the Midwest and come race at Vegas. And those guys are just on another level.
I know Chad gets calls from the IMCA about how the fact that we started talking about bringing them in, that this has just been an extremely hot topic all over the West Coast, that we're bringing the stock cars here, and it's really built up the interest in it, and I just can't wait. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting for sure.
All right, we got them lined up. Lights are out. We're going green flag racing, wingless sprint car style. Here as they come around, DJ Johnson, our 2020 champion, on the point.
Sean Jones to his outside.
Who's going to get to turn number 1 first? It's about to find out. Here we go.
Green flag
in the air.
And it looks like it's going to be
DJ. It's going to get down there. Here comes Sean Jones back on the inside, crosses over, not able to make the move down the back straightaway into turn number 3. DJ Johnson, Sean Jones, Bob Newberry, your top 3 coming up off turn number 4 at the line. Lap 1 in, 7 to go.
7 laps to go. DJ Johnson is not pulling away actually from the 24 car, as Sean Jones is still kind of sticking with them as they get into coming out of turn 4. As you can just feel the rumble of these race cars when they come across this front straightaway here in the booth. These cars are absolutely flying around this racetrack.
Last time by a 1370 on the stopwatch, 98.540 miles an hour. They are going fast. 99.046 miles an hour for DJ Johnson. They're going to break 100 miles an hour as the rate they're going. Johnson down into turn number 3. Sean Jones second. Bob Newberry third. We got the Josh Young 7 EJ car in the 4 spot. Fifth is going to be the, I believe that is the 3R car of Bob Davis. 6 is going to be the 48 of Troy Ferry. And 7th will be Kevin Box.
As we see it now, it's just a 2 cars length between our leaders, our leader of DJ Johnson and Sean Jones. Still not quite yet. It looks like they're all 1, 2, 3, and 4 are all running that same line kind of through the center.
100 miles an hour that lap, a 13.5-second lap, 100 miles an hour even here at Antioch Speedway. Average.
These cars are lightning fast. As DJ's gonna see that white flag wave. A couple more corners and he's gonna be able to hold on for his heat race win tonight. Oh, as we see one into the wall.
Kevin Box gets into the wall, keeps it going, way down to the green. Here comes a checkered flag. DJ Johnson with the win.
Second place is gonna go to Sean Jones. Third is gonna go to Bob Newberry. Fourth is gonna go to the 7 EJ of Josh Young. And fifth is gonna go to the
3R car.
3R, yes, of Bob Davis.
Troy Ferry in the 6th spot. That means Kevin Box will get in the 7th spot. 1391 to 97.052 miles an hour last lap, but 2 laps to go. 13.5 seconds, 100 miles an hour even. All right, granted it's unofficial, it's my finger on a stopwatch, but still.
Scary fast.
That is fast. What are these wingless or the winged cars going to do? Holy smokes, they're going to be fast. All right, heat race number 2. Let's move on. And congratulations to DJ Johnson taking home heat race number 1. Flip my screen over to heat 2, and it looks like this. On the point, Scott Clough out of Placerville, California, in the 60 car out of Riverside Rental sponsorship on that car. To his outside, the 1 car of Nate Shank out of Santa Rosa, Joe Hunt Magneto sponsorship.
And in your second row, in the 50 out of Santa Rosa, California, that is going to be Tony Bernard and the T&K Mobile. And to his outside is the 69 of Skip Tuttle out of Oakley, California, and the Black Bear Dyna Contra Costa Radiator Diablo Pools Line-X 69 machine.
Won't be surprised if he voluntarily falls to the back, being brand new to racing on dry land. You're inside of row number 3. It's the 92A of Jeff Scotto out of Brentwood, California. Prior Sources Electrical Contractors, All Pro Glass, Pantel Music Box in downtown Antioch since 1953. Deer Valley Chiropractic with Dr. Rick Harris, American Custom Motorcycle Parts, and Sarah Pointer Photography sponsorship on that car. To his outside, it's the 21 car. That's Roy Fisher, longtime runner here at Antioch Speedway. He is out of Antioch, California. Patricia Fisher, Rick McCaws, and PBS Bushing sponsorship on that 21 car.
Oh, yes. Heat race number 2 as you see them rolling around the racetrack.
Doing a little mud packing on that high side.
Yeah, trying to also get some heat into those tires because the temperatures are cooler outside.
Tires and engines.
Yes, as we see some of the cars are still smoking.
It does look like that Skip Tuttle is going to go to the back of the pack. That 69 car. Again, he's used to racing flat bottom boats. And you drive a boat a little differently than you do a race car. That is for sure. Going to get them doubled up. 8 laps is the heat race distance. Everybody transfers to the main event. So one of the things we're doing in the off season or coming up for next year is in the plan, the budget is for a loop system for live timing and scoring. One of the requests a lot of sprint car drivers, the winged cars and the wingless sprint cars have asked is for have qualifying. And if
which
we get
I like.
Loop in,
yes.
we'll be able to have qualifying.
Yes, I like. I think, like I said, for me, I watch a lot of national, late model stuff, and I'm not really gonna admit I'm not too big on the open wheel stuff with the sprint cars, but I like how the late models and stuff how they qualify, and it's something nice to see. You know what I mean? You see a lot of track records get broken and stuff like that. So
You know, we have qualifying when the World of Outlaws used to come, so it's been a lot of fun. Lights out, we're going green flag racing this time by. Coming up off, we got Scott Clough on the point, but on that outside, Nate Shank gets down to turn number 1 first out of Santa Rosa, California in that one car. He comes up off turn number 2 in that lead position.
And
look at
Roy
that, 21.
Fisher,
Roy Fisher actually started 4th. He got to move up a row into 2nd spot.
As we're going to see Schrank leading him into turn 1. As you see, the track's a little slick over there in turn 1. Oh, as he slides up the racetrack.
Yeah, major push. That's going to open up the door for Fisher, but Fisher, he closes the door before Fisher can get there.
Kind of lost traction there. Still able to hold on and manage the lead. 2 laps in, 6 laps to go.
Jeff's got a lot of smoke coming out of the back of that race car at the moment through turns 1 and 2. But up front, it is Nate Shank coming up off and at the line, 93.490 miles an hour, 14.44 on the stopwatch.
Yeah, and it seems like the one car of Nathan Schrank is just like he's losing the front end going in on entry on both sides of the speedway as the car seems to push up.
It's like he's changed his entrance a little bit, and that seems to have helped his entry into the turn.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, that time he didn't. He thought he was turning in too quick. Tried to correct and develop that push.
As it looks like still Roy Fisher didn't really gain too much ground on him as he made those errors. As he slows his entry in. Nice entry out, or I'm sorry, nice exit out of the turn. And we have a battle for our 3rd and 4th place position. Now it's going to be between Bernard and I believe
Clough. That's Clough.
Yeah.
Bernard's there in the 4th spot. White flag is out. But that battle for 3rd comes up off. It's now separated a little bit. Looking back up to the point. Our leader down the back straightaway into turn number 1. Coming up on a slower car, Nate Shank. He pushes into turn number 3. Once again, comes up off turn number 4 at the line. Shank with the win. Roy Fisher with 2nd.
3rd's going to go to Claude.
Clough,
yes. And then 4th to Tony Bernard. And rounding out your top 5 is going to be Jeff Scotto in that 5th place position.
Skip Tuttle in his very first race on dry land finishes 6th. The point is, on your very first race, what do you want to do?
Finish the race.
First, you got to finish. Finish first. You got to finish, right? Congratulations to Nathan Shank. He will be doing some adjustments to that race car. He had a major push most of the race going into the turns both ends of the racetrack. Excuse me. With that, let's turn our look to heat race number 3. Jimmy Christian out of Morgan Hill, California, with Christian Electric, Standard Racing, Pacheco Overhead Doors, Indy Metal Finishing, and Yak Graphics sponsorship. Now, real quick, being we have a moment, Indy Metal Finishing. This is an interesting story. The gentleman that owns Indy Metal Finishing lived here in California, worked here. He had a finishing coating company down in the Central Valley. He wanted to get out of California. So Jimmy, an electrician, helped him unhook all his equipment and moved him back to Indy. He ended up getting hooked up. This gentleman got hooked up with Tony Stewart.
Wow.
And Tony Stewart is part owner in this business. They actually came back and opened a shop down in, I think he said Modesto or somewhere down there. So Tony Stewart is involved in the sponsorship. It's a neat story. I'm going to have to try to catch up with him for a future episode of Wiley's Race Report to find out more about that. But that was really cool with the Indy Metal Finishing on that. So outside the front row, it is local favorites out of Antioch, Unique Breeds, Elite Hood Cleaning, your Chef Express Meal Prep, Ariaga Landscaping, Jennings Power Coating, Wisecracks Windshield Repair, and JB Race Component sponsorship on the 56 car of Sean Ariaga.
And in your second row, that's going to be the 3F. That is going to be Daniel Kaiser out of Lake County, California, in the Fink and Binder Motorsports, Brian Gard, Gus Welter machine. And to his outside, that is Doc Brophy in the 28 car out of Antioch, California, in the Performance Transmission, Kenders, BMS, Brody Chiropractics and Priorities, Western Limited Investigations, number 28 machine.
And so Doc Brophy in that 28th. Then 33 is Dylan Bloomfield inside row number 3 in that 5th starting spot out of Discovery Bay. With Air One Heating and Air Conditioning, Napa Auto Parts out there in Brentwood. Casey's Auto Body, Delta Contracting, Unique Pest Control, K1 Race Gear, Extreme Motorsports, CTA Prounce, 33 Motorsports, East Bay Meal Prep sponsorship on the 33 car. To his outside. It is only his 4th ever race, 62 years old. Richard Hamilton is his crew chief. His name is Steve Miyanki.
Miyanki, okay.
Miyanki out of Sonora, California. Oh, man.
They told you.
They did. They corrected me. I changed my little phonetics, and then I still screwed it up. Miyanki out of Sonora, California. That's where your broadcast partner over on your podcast lives, up there in Sonora now. All right, we're getting these cars rolled off, get a little bit of heat built up. Our winner last time out on the 31st of October on Candy for the Kids night. That was a fun night. And a kid won. Dylan Bloomfield, 14-year-old Dylan Bloomfield, took home the win, led flag to flag in that 33 car.
Yeah, he did very well that night.
That night was one of the few nights this year where the sprint cars are running the very bottom of the racetrack.
Yes.
Typically they've been running up higher, but that particular night they ended up running the very bottom there for the main event. I don't see that happening tonight. We're not as dry as we got that.
And a lot cooler temperatures obviously we're running tonight as well. So
Fabulous Bob with that magic green flag getting ready to display. Get these cars doubled up and we will get ready to go green flag racing. Our final wingless sprint car heat race here at Antioch Speedway tonight. Again, thanks for tuning in. Welcome. Wherever you're watching from around the country, around the state, around the world. I've heard of folks watching from Australia. I've been told we cannot broadcast in New Zealand. I think we used to be in New Zealand, but then we got banned from there for some reason.
Oh, wow.
For music, because we played music or something, a copyright issue thing. So they banned us in New Zealand and a couple other spots around the world. But I think we do have some folks down there in Australia that do tune in once in a while. So if you're watching, welcome. Thanks for tuning us in from halfway around the world. Thanks for everybody that's tuning in here on Antioch Speedway TV. I am Wiley Wade.
And I'm Joe Peterson.
And we are your host here at Antioch Speedway. Thanks for tuning in on the Antioch Speedway TV website, which is AntiochSpeedway.tv. As you know, because you're signed in on it. Lights on. We're coming around. Green flag coming up. This time by. On the point, it is Jimmy Christian. Green flag in the air.
Green flag in the air, and Christian jumps out to. Oh! And it looks like he's going to keep it rolling.
Daniel DeKaiser somehow.
Wow.
So he dove down in there, and then that car pushed up the hill, and he lost 5 spots. But
and it cost Sean Arriaga 2 spots.
Sean's got to work his way back forward in that 56 car.
As it gives Dylan
Bloomfield. I was going to say, look who's up in second. Dylan Bloomfield in that 33 car. In that second spot as Jimmy Christian crosses the line as the leader.
Let's see if he can chase down the 1 car.
2.3 seconds that time by. The difference between first and second. 2.3. We'll see what it is next time by.
As now Sean Arriaga moves into the 3rd place position as he passes Doc Brophy for that 3rd place position.
Bloomfield loses 2/10, 2.5 seconds that time by.
Yeah, Christian is on the hammer. He's getting it around the racetrack right now as he's trying to check out away from 2nd place, as he's going to inherit lap traffic as a 27 car of Miyanki, it looks like is going to go a lap down. Is going to be the first car to go a lap down.
It was 2.8 last time, and it is 3 seconds this time. So he is losing a 10th or 2 each and every lap. Full straightaway lead right now. Christian over Dylan Bloomfield.
And it looks like Dylan, I would say, has the same distance on the 3rd place car of Sean Arriaga as well, though.
Looks like Doc Brophy left the racetrack. Is that what I'm hearing over the radio? Nope, that's him on the racetrack. I'm not sure. All right, Jimmy Christian gets the white flag one more time around. He's got the Daniel DeKaiser car right in front of him, down the back straightaway into turn number 3.
The Kaiser slides up the racetrack. Christian's going to see the checker flag.
Up off to turn number 1. Checker
winner
flag in the air.
Heat race number 3. Dylan Bloomfield in 2nd. 3rd's going to go to Sean Arriaga. 4th is going to go to the 28 of Doc Brophy, and 5th is going to go to the 3F of Daniel DeKaiser. Your unofficial top 5.
Congratulations, Jimmy Christian. Last lap of 14.42, second lap, 93.620 miles an hour.
So looking at our sheet, as we see all of our winners for the wingless sprint car races came from the front row.
This track is going to change. It has changed a bunch already, and it's going to change more before we get to that main event. So look forward to it. But you've had some big names on the front row as well. It's going to be interesting to see how the main event lines up. Hey, guess what? It's time to go wing sprint car racing. I cannot wait to see how fast these cars are going to go, because this is going to be a lot of fun. I think these cars are going to be fast here tonight.
They were scary fast last night down at Merced, and I'm excited to see them here tonight once again.
All right, so our starting lineup as they get ready to start pushing these cars off out of Columbia, Missouri, all the way out from Columbia, Missouri, the 24 car of Garrett Williamson. Congratulations for him being our long tow award winner. That he doesn't get anything for it except recognition, but Midmo Equipment and Sorel's sponsorship on that 24 car of Garrett Williamson. And outside the front row, it's the 3X of Caleb Montgomery out of Templeton, California. With 5X Inc., Luxton, David Cryer, CSI Shocks, and Bullseye Design sponsorship on that car.
Oh, yes. And in your second row, in the 88A out of Concord, California, that is going to be Joey Ancona. Joey Ancona.
Joey Rocketman Ancona out of Concord, California.
And the Swindell Speed Labs Melrose Power Coating Machine. And to his outside is going to be the 38B of Blake Carrot out of Lincoln, California, in the CBC Concrete Kidding Performance ART K1 race gear.
And at the back of the pack, Keith Day out of Salinas, California, in that 22 car with the Keith Day Trucking sponsorship. That is our 5 cars for heat race number 1. 3 heat races, 8 laps. Everybody makes the main event. 15 entries here tonight for the wing sprint cars. It's really weird. It's only 5:08 and we're already almost done with heat races. Only 3 left. Got the push trucks out there. Got the heat race number 2 in the infield. We'll start pushing these cars off. As we get set for another batch of racing, getting the four-wheelers off the racetrack, get them back to the pits, and then we can get these cars pushed off. Of course, 360 sprint cars, I'm going to estimate that we are going to hit 105, if not 107 miles an hour tonight. Joey Rocket Ancona out of Concord, California is going to get pushed off on the back straightaway, as does the 24 of Garrett Williamson. He is our pole sitter for heat race number 1. Caleb Montgomery gets rolling in that 3X car out of Templeton, California. Now we're getting a 38B of Blake Carrick out of Lincoln, California. He's pushed off. And last but certainly not least, a 22 of Keith Day out of Salinas, California. Past his rig coming in.
Blake Carrick. His brother, Tanner Carrick, races a 38, I believe it's the 38T car usually. I would thought he would be here as well.
He said you saw a number of these cars down in Merced last night, right?
Yeah, Blake Carrick was one of them. Keith Day, also in this heat, was one of them. Joey Ancona as well was one of the cars also out there. As well as a 24 car of Garrett Williamson.
Got the heat in the engines, going to get them doubled up. Fabulous Bob giving them the cross flags. Yeah, they're fast. Lights going out this next time by. Going to give them the 1 to go signal. That magic green flag is, why is it magic, you say? Well, when Fabulous Bob holds it up in the air like that, they tend to hit that loud pedal next time by, is what happens.
Yes, sir. We're going to see these cars scream off of turn 4.
Got enough moisture in the track. Won't be surprised to see them wheelie some as well.
Oh, yeah. The wheelie dance is going to come out tonight for sure.
Coming around to the green flag this time by Garrett Williamson on the point, coming around. Green flag in the air.
Green flag in the air as we see Caleb Montgomery jumps out to the early lead. Oh, and Carrick trying to do battle with Williamson. Oh, and they are gonna call that back.
Started too early. Fabulous Bob saying, nuh-uh. Had 2 cars get together, Ancana and the 22 of Keith Day down in turn number 1. They kind of hit side to side in the middle of turn number 1.
All right, take 2. Here we go. Williamson, Montgomery. And looks like still Montgomery gets out to the early jump. Here comes Carrick in the inside of Williamson. Down the back straightaway, he's going to have to let off the gas a little bit. Still, wheelie dance as Carrick takes that second place position over Williamson.
Lap number 1, 12.56 seconds, 107.484 miles an hour. 112.033 miles an hour that lap, 12.05 seconds for our leader.
These cars are ripping.
Keith Montgomery.
Caleb Montgomery is just flying around this racetrack as he's trying to check out away from Blake Carrick. It looks like Blake Carrick's possibly gaining a little ground on the 3X right now as they head into turn, or coming out of turn 2.
Into turn number 3 goes our second place car of Carrick. I'm going to get a time on him this time. See how fast he's going. Up off turn number 2, down the back straightaway. He was making up a little bit of ground, I think, but it looks like the last lap or so he is not. White flag next time by.
It looks like the best battle on the track is for that final position between Ancona and Keith Day. As we see the white flag comes out for Caleb Montgomery, as Day is trying to find a way around the 88 of Ancona right now. As he's going to try to slide it into the inside of him. No, Ancona closes the door.
Leader up off turn number 4. Caleb Montgomery with the win.
Blake Carrick second. Third is going to go to Garrett Williamson. Across the line is going to be Joey Ancona, and then in your 5th and final position is going to be Keith Day.
So we topped out a little over 112 mile an hour average. So a fast racetrack here tonight. Heat race number 2 getting ready to get pushed off, and here's your starting lineup for that. On the point, it's Adam Keating out of Campbell, California in the 3M car with Keating Performance sponsorship, and to his outside the 82 Steve Jackwith out of Chowchilla, California with Orion Farms, Wings by Joe Miles, MT Trading, and Fagundes Land and Cattle sponsorship.
And in your second row in the 73T out of Modesto, California, that is Tony Guadella. And in the Rebello Sun Valley Ag Transportation, Ed Waters Construction, Pacific Coast Maintenance Services, and to his outside in the 3, that is Rick Brophy out of Antioch, California. And the Unique Breed sponsored Western Limited Investigations, Kinders, Arriaga Landscaping, Brophy Chiropractic and Property Machine.
And then out of Morgan Hill, California, it's James Ringo in the 3T starting 5th for this 5-car heat race number 2 for the Wing Sprint cars. Got all the cars pushed away and rolling. Get them lined up. Heat race number 2 for the Wing Sprint cars. Don't forget next Friday and Saturday we're racing yet again. Same time frame. Gates are going to open about 12. Racing, or at least mud packing, the beginning about 3 o'clock. keep an eye on the website and the Facebook pages in case that is adjusted. It'll all depend on how things roll tonight and whether we need to make an adjustment or not. But right now, that is what we're shooting for. Possibly a later start if we get done tonight. But also, it's the temperature plays a part in that as well. But anyway, next Friday night, open wheel cars are back. The wings and the wingless sprint cars will be here. The Jay's Mobile Welding Hobby Stocks will be here, and the Hardtops and Valley Sportsmen with their wings on combining will be racing here on Friday night. Saturday night, the IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Sport Modifieds, Jay's Mobile Welding Hobby Stocks. Final race of the year for them, as everyone else this weekend, next weekend. And then the formerly known Four Bangers, going to be known as the Mini Stocks, finishing up the season for the 2020 year of COVID here at Antioch Speedway. Magic green flag in the air. Lights going out. We're going green flag racing next time by. I said thanks, and I didn't say thanks to Bob Hernandez, our newest camera operator, and Tim down there. Thank you both very much for all you do behind the camera.
As they get set to take the green flag. And green flag's out. Jump to the early lead is going to be
Ricky Brophy on the point.
Adam Kading. Jumping out to that
3. Adam Kading in the 3 out.
Yep, Adam Kading jumps out to the early. He's going to lead across the line with Tony Guadia in that second place position.
Steve Jackwith in that 3rd spot. Here comes Ricky Brophy in the 4th spot.
And yes, if you are looking at the cars on track right now, we do have three cars. Yes.
So it's James Ringo and then Ricky Brophy in the 5th spot. I'll get it right. I'm seeing too many 3s.
Yes. Now let's yes. Tony Gadia gets coming out of turn 2, gets that lead over Adam Kading, and he's gonna lead across the line. 4 in, 4 to go.
12:61 on the stopwatch, 107.058 miles an hour that last time by. Coming up off turn number 4.
It's just so crazy trying to watch these cars and like keep up. These guys are going so fast around this racetrack right now.
12:14 on the stopwatch, 111.203 miles an hour.
Whoa, it's Guadia coming out of turn 4, stand straight up in the air. As Guadia going into turn 3, coming out of 4, he's going to be seeing the white flag.
White flag in the air.
As we have the best battle on racetrack for that 3rd place position between the 82 and the 3X. Oh, the 3T, I'm sorry. James Ringo, as he's going to take that 3rd place position.
Tony Golda takes home the win. And Adam Keating in the 2nd spot.
3rd is going to go to the 3T of James Ringo. 4th is going to go to the 82J of Steve
Jackwith.
Steve Jackwith, I'm sorry.
Ricky Brophy in
and Ricky Brophy in that 5th position.
Last green flag lap of 12:11. That's 111.478 miles an hour. All right, heat race number 2 in the books. Up next, 3rd and final heat race of the night. Let me give Tony credit here on the sheet. Heat race number 3 underway, or getting ready to roll out. And here's how it looks. Travis Labatt out of Livermore, California, in the 61 car with Bay Area Tile. Moss Brothers powder coating sponsorship on that car. And Jacob Pacheco out of San Martin, California, on the outside of the front row with the Pacheco overhead doors, Christian Electric, BR Motorsports, and special thanks to his family.
And in your 2nd row, in the 42X out of San Jose, California, that is going to be Tim Kading. Tim Kading and the R&B company Cloval Dan United Sales Machine, and to his outside is going to be the 87P of Jacob Toto out of Oakley, California, and the Line X Custom Black Bear Diner Oakley Contra Costa Radiator Rio Vista Diablo Pools Machine, the 87P.
And at the back of the pack, the 19 car of San Jose, California, it's Art McCarthy with Skip Govina Race Engines, Fleet Body Works, RPM Mufflers, Stallion Graphics, and Scott Gasper Photography sponsorship on the 19 car. Here they come, rolling out. Jacob Tuttle, our 2019 Wing Sprint Car champion here at Antioch Speedway. He did buy and has raced the Wingless Sprint car that his dad's driving tonight. Had a very dominating run earlier this year in that Wingless Sprint car. Getting these cars getting ready to out on the front straightaway before we push them off. Have to get the four-wheelers and push them out here off the racing surface before we can go push them out.
Back there, that looks like they're going right now. What happens when I got hurt?
Getting these four-wheelers off.
Man, that 42X is just a nice looking race car that Tim
Yes, it
Katie's
is.
driving. Yeah, the colors blend in really nice with that car.
R&B company sponsorship on that car.
Yeah, didn't have one of the best finishes last night. Hopefully, he's looking to rebound tonight, possibly take home a win.
Definitely one to watch out for. All right, with him in the race and Jacob Tuttle, I'm thinking we're going to hit 112 at least, like we did earlier. Waiting a little bit, had to swap out ambulances. The ambulance that was here had to leave. The other one just came in, getting them pushed off now. Getting set for our final heat race of the night. We'll take intermission. After this, before we get into our main events. Not bad, a little chilly here tonight. Of course, we're inside, so that helps.
Oh yeah, I can tell you I was freezing my butt off last night.
So did you take any of Vegas's money, or did they take your money?
Well, honestly, if a lot of people know me, I'm not really much of a party person. I really kind of I go to the racetrack, go watch the races, and I'm in bed. So I didn't really do much. I know a lot of people kind of went to Vegas and had some fun. I mostly I really just went there for the racing. So
Bob Hernandez, our newest camera operator down there, operate on the stick of the camera right now. He went down to Vegas as well.
Yeah.
And,
I didn't even get to see you, Bob.
I saw some pictures of him having some awesome food. He was at the racetrack, I know, and I heard he took some of their money instead of them taking his money.
Yeah, there we go. That's how you do it.
That's the way to do it. I go to Vegas. I don't gamble. I play games. I'm willing to take enough money that I would spend on like dinner with my wife.
Yes.
And use that at a table. And if I lose all that, I walk away. But typically, if I get ahead, I'll walk away when I'm ahead, just because I want to walk away ahead.
Yeah. Well, see, the thing, I wanted to go to like Circus in New York. I wanted to ride the roller coasters, but I never went down there. Next year, if I go, then I'm one night. I'm gonna have to just.
Did you stay in the Garner house?
Yeah, actually, I did. Yeah.
And you didn't end up partying with that crowd?
No, I mean,
How'd you get away?
like I said, I would just kind of after the races just flew into bed.
Wow.
Yeah, and also if they're watching, special thanks to the Gardner family. Thank you. I appreciate everything you guys did for me and everything you guys do for me and stuff like that.
Is he coming out next week? Do we know?
I'm not sure.
Green flag in the air. Sorry, we ever get back on the racetrack. We're just having fun. Jacob Tuttle on the point, leading into turn number one after Travis Labatt had the lead. But here comes
Team TK
Look at that move, but here comes Tuttle crossing back over side by side off the line.
TK across the line.
All right, here we go. We're going to get a time this time by for Tim Keating. Down into turn number 3 he goes. That car is fast, working right up along the cushion, up off turn number 4 at the line. We are looking at 108.871 miles an hour, 1240. We'll see what he does this time by. Now he's got a full lap under non-competition as Art McCarthy gets around the 12th car further back. At the line, 110.929 miles an hour, 12:17 on the stopwatch.
Yeah, he is flying. He is trying to enter it to another zip code away from our second place car of Tuttle.
Tuttle gets up over the cushion a little bit on the exit of turn number 4, loses just a little bit more ground. He's fallen back in the hands once again of Travis Labatt, but still got a ways to go for Labatt to get there. But Keating at the line, 3 laps remain, 112.219 miles an hour, 12:03 on the stopwatch.
Yeah, and it looks like Labatt is gaining ever so slightly on that 87. With 2 laps to go across the line, does he have anything for Tuttle? And
Tuttle's car going down the straightaway looks a little bit wobbly. I'm not
yes,
sure
yes, it
I'm
does.
just seeing something, or if that's what it's happening.
White flag's out for TK. Tuttle in that second place position. It looks like he may possibly hold on to it if he can just get through the corners and down the front straightaway. TK, Tim Kading with the checker flag. He's going to take heat race number 3. Jacob Tuttle is going to take second place. Travis Labatt, Art McCarthy, and Art McCarthy, and then the 12 of Jacob Pacheco is going to round out your unofficial top 5.
Last lap at 12:12 on the stopwatch, 111.386 miles an hour. That's going to do it for our heat races. We got a couple hot lap cars that are to come out before we take our intermission. And I'm going to have to throw a coat on. Starting to get a little chilly, plus I'm going to have to go down for victory lane. So.
That's right, as we see some IMCA modifieds hot lapping once again onto the racetrack.
Brent Kern doing double duty tonight. He's practicing his IMCA modified. New one for him. And also running in a Delta Dwarf car for the first time. White flag is out for this hot lap session. Couple IMCA modifieds, taking some hot laps, getting ready for next weekend, and just getting a little general practice in.
Checker flags waved out for this hot lap session.
Brent looks like he was getting a lot more comfortable that time.
Yeah, he did. It seemed to get a little. Car was maneuvering the way that he wanted it to.
Still a little slick last time. All right, with that, we're going to take a quick 10 or 15 minute timeout. And I'm going to start off, give you the audio from the latest episode of Wiley's Race Report, followed by the audio from my pit walk earlier. A very quick one was earlier, but right now, Here was the latest episode of Wiley's Race Report. If you want to see it in the hole, head on over to Antioch Speedway by Promotions, Antioch Speedway Announcer on Facebook and YouTube, and you can see it. But here's the audio.
Hello, race fans. I'm Wiley Wade, and this is Wiley's Race Report. Hello, race fans. I'm Wiley Wade, and this is Wiley's Race Report for, well, this past weekend we didn't have any racing. I just kind of stayed home and did honeydews. But we got racing coming up this weekend. That's right. Coming up this Saturday night, the 21st of November, it is open wheel night. We're going to have the wing sprint cars, the wingless sprint cars, the 600 micro midgets, and the Delta Dwarf cars have been added to the show. It's going to be a great time. You don't want to miss it. And of course, the only place to see it is on Antioch Speedway TV. So head on over to AntiochSpeedway.tv and subscribe for this Saturday night's racing, November 21st, 2020. Again, open wheel night, the wingless sprint cars, wing sprint cars, 600 micro sprints, and the Delta Dwarf cars, all for your racing enjoyment. And in that spirit, the last time we were at the racetrack back on the 31st, I had a chance to sit down and talk with Dylan Bloomfield, 14-year-old young man who came onto the scene this year, was supposed to just practice this year and then race next year, came out and practiced so well that they started right out, finished second in the points, and on the 31st went on and won the race, leading flag to flag, taking home the second win on the year. And here was my conversation with him. Here with Dylan Bloomfield, driver of the 33 wingless sprint car. Dylan, we've talked 3 or 4 times this year so far. How's your year going?
It's been a very successful year. Got a win in and a couple seconds, a lot of top 5s this year, and but yeah.
How's this new car working for you?
It's been good. We came out Wednesday to do a little practice, test and tune thing, and we had some mag issues, but we got that all figured out, and so hopefully we can get it done tonight.
So you started out the year, the plan was just for you to kind of practice this year and then go racing next year, but you nailed it in the practices and they put you right into the racing. Has this year turned out the way you thought it would?
No, not really. Honestly, I jumped in the car in a practice day at the beginning of the year. I just felt real comfortable, and yeah, as long as you're comfortable in the car, you should be going fast.
So what's your plan for tonight? Just take it easy in the heat race, or are you going for it right to get all the wins you can?
Yeah, I mean, it'd be nice to sweep the whole night, because we could probably be right there in the points behind DJ, but it'd be nice to win the heat race, but if we can't get it done, then still always got the main event to get it done.
There you go, and you got 2 more races coming up on the 21st and 27th.
Yep, I think that's Turkey Night or something like that.
Yep. So that'll be fun. So what's your plans for next year? You got your next year plans done in yet?
Not really. We think next week, me and my crew chief and my dad and my mom, we're all going to have a little meeting to see what we're going to do next year, but yeah.
All right, we'll have to catch up in the off season and see how it's going.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, good luck tonight. Hope to see you in Victory Lane.
Thank you.
All right, Dylan Bloomfield, driver of the 33 wingless sprint car, getting ready for racing tonight here at Antioch Speedway.
Thank you, Wiley.
That was the young Dylan Bloomfield, driver of the 33 wingless sprint car. He led flag to flag on October 31st, taking home his second win on the year, finishing out this regular season strong, outside the top 5 only twice, if I remember correctly, for his rookie season, and also winning Rookie of the Year. Finished second in the points behind DJ Johnson. Hopefully going to get a hold of DJ on Saturday and sit down with him and have him on the show next week. Congratulations, Dylan Bloomfield and the DJ Johnson in the Wingless Sprint Car Series. So this weekend, it is the open wheel night. On the 21st of November, we're going to have the wing sprint cars, the wingless sprint cars, the 600 micro sprints, and the Delta Dwarf cars all in action on Saturday night. Here is what the payout is looking like. Take a look at that and hope to see you on Antioch Speedway TV. Unfortunately, we had hoped to have fans in the stands, but with COVID putting the Contra Costa County back into purple, we are not able to have fans in the stands, so the only place to be to see all the action is, of course, on Antioch Speedway TV. So head on over to AntiochSpeedway.tv and subscribe.
2 more nights of racing after this weekend, the 27th and 28th of November. On the 27th, Turkey Night #1, we're going to have the Wingless Sprint Cars back, along with the Jay's Mobile Welding Hobby Stocks, and the Hardtops will be there. And then on Saturday night, the 28th, the final race of the 2020 season, it'll be the IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Sport Modifieds, Jay's Mobile Welding Hobby Stocks again, and the final race of the year for the Valley Four Bangers. Next year, they will be called the Mini Stocks. And if you're looking to get into racing, that is a great place to start, is our 4-cylinder division. Inexpensive and easy to get into. Give me a yell if you need some help with that. That's going to do it for this episode of Wiley's Race Report. Thanks for watching. Until this Saturday, again, don't forget, pre-race show around 3:15, 3:30-ish on Antioch Speedway by Promotions Facebook page, live and direct from the pit area at Antioch Speedway. Until Saturday, I'm Wiley Wade. Goodbye, everybody. Finishing second in the season point standings behind Hello, race fans. I'm Wiley Wade. This is the Antioch Speedway TV pre-race show. It's going to be a shortened edition due to our tight time constraints tonight. It's only just about 3 o'clock, and we are going racing here shortly. Mud packing starts in a few minutes. Let me flip the camera around for my first guest. You'll have to watch Wiley's Race Reports this upcoming week for the full interview with DJ Johnson, our 2020 Wingless Sprint Car champion. But here live on Facebook Live, DJ, you got... coming off a championship year, finished second last time out. You got a fast hot rod each and every time out here at Antioch Speedway. What's your goal for tonight?
We want to park it in victory lane. That's our goal every night. But yeah, we got a lot of people out here tonight, and we got a lot of people back at home watching on the Antioch Speedway TV live stream. And you know, we got a full field of sprint cars. We got wing sprint cars. We got non-wing sprint cars. We got 600s. We got Dwarf cars. I mean, we pretty much got it all working. Yeah, the pits are full. Should be a good night. Put on a show.
You got trouble behind you. Coming into tonight, it's going to be the coldest race we've at least had here at Antioch Speedway this year. Does that affect your setup at all? The temperatures we're going to have out there?
Well, we'll just have to keep the crew guys working a little harder. That way it won't be cold. We did bring some propane heaters and stuff, and I'm sure they'll be crowded up in the trailer. So hopefully we won't have too busy of a night. We'll just run up front, no crash damage and everything, make life a little easier. But no, we're back to racing for fun now, and you know, no more points racing, no more anything. We just want to race for wins. So
running for the win.
That's it. So I was fortunate. I finally drew a 1 in the pill draw, so I guess I get to start on the front row in the heat race.
You're not going to know what to do not having someone in front of you.
Yeah, that's a first. I couldn't buy any luck there for a while, but yeah, put on a show.
All right, DJ Johnson, I'll let you go get dressed. Thank you very much. Congratulations on your 2020 championship.
Thank you.
All right, DJ Johnson getting ready. He's got to go out. We're actually starting mud packing here momentarily, so it is a short pre-race show here tonight. See if, excuse me, and head across here if he's in the car, or around the car, excuse me. Jacob Tuttle over here. Jacob! How's it going? Good, how you doing? Let me flip this around. Jacob Tuttle, we're live on Facebook for the Antioch Speedway pre-race show. Jacob Tuttle here. You're running the wing car tonight.
Running the wing car, gonna give it a shot again. Last time we were out here, it fared off pretty good, so hope to do it again.
You had good luck in your wingless car, but you're gonna let your dad run that this night?
Gonna let him run it. I'm gonna stick to the wing car, and we're gonna see how he likes the sprint car world. He came from boat racing, and so he claims that it's pretty similar. So we're gonna see how he likes it.
That's gonna be interesting to hear what he says on that.
Yep, definitely go over to him and talk to him after that.
Oh, there he is. This is Dad. All right, Dad.
So, are you ready? You ready to have a little
Heck
fun
no.
on the dry land?
I'm scared to death. No, there's not enough water out there for me. I need waves.
So your throttle is going to be a little different, right?
Should be a lot different. Yeah.
The boat, you're on and off based on the waves. If I'm not...
Usually wide open and just working my down pedal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So this will be a learning curve. It should be fun. I'm excited. Yeah.
Tunnels, good luck tonight.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. With that, as I said, the pre-race show is short tonight as we have cars hitting the racetrack. So tune in to Antioch Speedway TV here in just a little bit. AntiochSpeedway.tv is the place to be for all the racing action live and direct from Antioch Speedway. I'm Wiley Wade until a few minutes from now when I get upstairs and we flip this thing on. Thanks for watching, and don't forget this upcoming week we have 2 more races coming up on Friday and Saturday, the 27th and 28th of November. Sorry about the camera work. I'm my own camera guy too. On Friday night, we got the open wheels back. We got the wingless sprint cars. We got the wing sprint cars going to be here. And we got the hard tops joining us, as well as Jay's Mobile Welding Hobby Stocks will be here on Friday night. Saturday night, we pick it up with more racing action. The IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Sport Modifieds, the Jay's Mobile Welding Hobby Stocks, and us mini stalkers, the 4-bangers, will be out here on Saturday night to finish up the 2020 season here at Antioch Speedway. Holy cow, folks. It's Thanksgiving week coming up. Can you believe it? Happy Thanksgiving. Happy holiday season. Look forward to having you right here on Antioch Speedway TV. Thanks for watching. I'll be back on AntiochSpeedway.tv in just a little bit. See you in a few. Goodbye, everybody.
Equipments and Sorrells out of Columbia, Missouri. Rolling onto the racetrack is the ninth. Rolling onto the racetrack.
There's Justin Bingham in the 12 car. Will start at the rear of the field.
Heat race number 1, 8 laps. Let's see who's going to get it done tonight. As Fabulous Bob gives them the 1 to go signal.
Gonna go green flag racing next time by. Helps if I get on the right page. All right, so my race pass is the place to be for lineups and finishing orders and stuff. And next year we will have, of course, live timing and scoring if all goes as planned. But for tonight, you got Joe and I to help you along as Chance Russell's bringing them around. Nice and slow, getting ready to go. Hot in that go zone down there in turn number 4. You see the orange tire, the orange cone, and green flag in the air.
Green flag in the air, and it looks like it's going to jump out to the early lead going into turn 1. Ryan Winters is going to lead him out coming out of turn 2. Down the back straightaway. Now you see the 14 car of Tommy Velasquez jumps to that second place position.
Up off turn number 4, Ryan Winters, one you don't want to see on the front if you are competing against him because he is fast each and every time out. But he's got Tommy Velasquez right out his back door as they go down the back straightaway. Into turn number 3, Velasquez looks low going in through 3 and 4. He slides up the hill coming up off turn number 4.
Yes, as Wiley talked about earlier with our pre-race show, the 14, him and his brother are very fast here. Let's see if he can give Ryan Winters a run for his money going into turn 3. He's stuck in the rear of that 4N car. Still doesn't really have nothing for him down the front straightaway as they go into turn 1.
Ryan Winters on the point. Tommy Velasquez now looks low, coming up off turn number 2. Not quite close enough to make a move, but he is putting on the pressure into turn number 3. This time, Winter goes into turn number 3 a little lower than he did the lap before, and comes up off with the lead, completing 4 of 4. 4 down, 4 to go.
Yes, 4 laps in, 4 laps to go. He's inching so closer, he's going to try to give it to him. Going into 3, no, as Winters slides up the racetrack a bit. Still, Winters leads down the front straightaway. Velasquez, they're both in the same middle groove, center groove of the racetrack. I think Tommy Velasquez is waiting for a mistake or see if he can pressure Ryan Winters into a mistake.
Early in the night, he gets up over the cushion. Now he's going to lose about 3 car lengths. I think that 14E might be faster right now than Ryan Winter, but the racetrack's still coming in, not able to get around him. Let's look back real quick. A rundown with 2 laps to go. White flag coming out this time by Spanky. Mike Renner in the second spot. 1 car blowing up Dennis Gilcrease. Down the back straightaway, a lot of smoke coming out of that race car. White flag is out. Ryan Winters comes up off turn number 2. Here comes Tommy Velasquez into turn number 3. Not quite close enough to make a move. He closes in just a little bit up off 3 and 4 at the line. Give it to Ryan Winter.
Ryan Winters wins it with Tommy Velasquez second. That's going to be Spanky in third. Coming in fourth, there's going to be the 8-12 of Chance Russell. And in fifth, there's going to be the 38 of John Tardif, rounding out your unofficial top 5.
That'll give Justin Bingham the 6th spot.
California.
Going to give him one to go this time by. 8 laps. Everybody makes the big show. Want to say welcome to all our folks on Facebook on Antioch Speedway by Promotions and Antioch Speedway.tv on Facebook. Welcome to another exciting, fun-filled evening of racing. You're getting a live look in, and if you want to see the rest of the evening, you're going to have to go over to AntiochSpeedway.tv and subscribe for the full night of racing here at Antioch Speedway.
As they got the 1 to go signal around the racetrack as they pace slowly down the back straightaway. Heat race number 2 getting set to fire off. Nick Velasquez, Randy Miramontes, as they get set to see the green flag. Green flag's out. Nick Velasquez gets a huge jump on the field as he sends it into turn 1. As we see the 64 of Eric Weisler is going to jump out to that second place position. It looks like they're going to try to check out from the field. And here comes the 66B of Mark Biscardi starting from his 5th place position. He's already in the 3rd place position coming across the line.
Our leader, Nick Velasquez, up off turn number 2. He's got a good-sized lead over the 64 of Eric Wessler. In that 64 car, Mark Biscardi had a good run here a couple weeks ago or a month or so ago in the 2-day show. Is in that 3rd spot. 4th to 21 car of Fred Dickey. And here comes Brent Curran. He's up to the 5th spot.
Brett Curran trying to maneuver his way through the field, getting adjusted to that race car, but still up front now. Biscardi's trying to make some moves, and he's on Wessler for that 2nd place position. As still Velasquez trying to run away, check out from the field. As now it's a 3-way battle for that 3rd place position, as Kern, Rosa, and the 21 car of Dickey all doing battle for that 3rd place position.
Right now, that's the actually battle for the 4th spot.
Or I'm sorry, yes, the 4th place
position. That's the best battle on the racetrack right now. But out front, here comes Mark Biscardi. He's catching up to that Eric Wessler car. Looking to the inside, coming up off turn number 4, battle for 2nd. Off turn 4 down the front straightaway into turn number 1.
Yes, Biscardi and Wessler going back and forth. Here comes Biscardi. No, he's not going to get him. Wessler still holds on to that 2nd place position down the back straightaway. Going into turn 3, coming out of 4. Here comes Biscardi. They're going to drag to the line. Still it's Wessler for that 2nd place position.
Off turn number 2. Oh, look at that. Almost into the wall. Wessler coming up off turn number 2. Just misses the back end, hitting the race wall. As he slides up over the cushion once again, opens up the door. Mark Biscardi now our 2nd place.
As Velasquez has seen the white flag down the back straightaway, going into 3, coming out of 4. Your winner of Heat 2 and the 41 is going to be Nick Velasquez. In 2nd, he's going to hold him off. It's going to be Mark Biscardi. 3rd is going to go to Eric Wessler. 4th is going to go to David Michael Rosa, and 5th is going to go to the 7XL of Brent Kern, your unofficial top 5 for heat race number 2.
Now just a little audio from races earlier tonight. A couple of Dwarf car races, heat races, easy for me to say. Thanks for tuning in to AntiochSpeedway.tv on this chilly Saturday night, and it is early. It is 5:50, and we're getting set for main events coming up. So right now, folks, if you would please stand. Gentlemen, take off your hats. If you're a member of the military or former member of the military, thank you for your service to our country. If you're a first responder, thank you for your service to your community. With that, we're going to break out the 82nd Airborne Division All-American Chorus for tonight's rendition of the Star-Spangled Banner.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
82nd Airborne Division All-American Chorus with tonight's rendition of the Star Spangled Banner here at Antioch Speedway. Thanks for tuning in on Antioch Speedway TV. It is a beautiful night for racing. Getting set for the 600 micro sprints, the Delta Dwarf cars, the Wingless sprint cars, and the Wing sprint cars. All for tonight's racing action. Next week we got 2 nights of racing. Of course, we've got the Antioch on Friday night. We have the Wingless sprint cars, the Wing sprint cars here, the Jay's Mobile Welding Hobby Stocks, and the Hardtop / Valley Sportsman all in action. And on Saturday, final race of the 2020 season. Joe, I can't believe it. Seems like we just started, but at the same time, seems like we've been going for a while. And we're going to have the IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Sport Modifieds, Jay's Mobile Welding Hobby Stocks, and the Mini Stocks.
Yeah, from our season starting towards, I believe it was the last weekend of May to now. I mean, we've actually we did a lot of racing.
Yes.
This was the last 2 weeks was recently the only weeks that we kind of really had off. So we actually got in a lot of racing in a short amount of time.
Yes. So looking forward to a little break before we, in very quick order, kick things back off. Bob Hernandez, just step on it down there, our newest member of our broadcast team. Working on getting the lineup set. Thanks for tuning in again on Antioch Speedway TV.
Alrighty, as we get set for our first main event, our Delta Dwarf cars are going to be rolling out to the racetrack. 20 laps. Excuse me, 20 laps. As we as we get set. Row number 1 in the 28N out of Escalon, California. That is going to be Brandon Shaw. And to his outside, out of San Jose, California, in the 66B, that is going to be Mark Biscardi.
Row number 2, Tommy Velasquez out of Camarillo, California in the 14E. And to his outside, Sean Jones, 80N out of San Jose, California.
And in your third row, in the 41E, out of Caminelli, California. Also his brother, Nick Velasquez. And to his outside, the 4N out of Gulf, California. That is going to be Ryan Winter.
There are a lot of fast cars in that first 3 rows, that's for sure. And
Yes,
it
there
continues with row number 4, Spanky Mike Grennert out of Fairfield, California. Another one to watch out for in the 12N. On the inside, outside, Eric Wessler out of Campbell, California in the 64B.
And in your row 5, in the 88 Double D, your 2020 Antioch Speedway track champion out of Concord, California. That is going to be Travis Day. And to his outside, in the 812 Double D out of Antioch, California, that is going to be Chance Russell.
Antioch's David Michael Rosso starts inside row 6 in the 2 Double D, and to his outside, Chuck Conover out of Pittsburgh, California, 52 Double D.
And starting in your 7th row in the 38 Double D out of Clyde, California, that is going to be John Tardif. And to his outside in the 7XL out of Antioch, California, that is going to be Brett Kern.
Row 8, the 45 of Danny Kelly out of Prunedale, California, scheduled to start on the inside. To his outside, Justin Bingham out of Hollister, California, in the 12 car.
And in your 9th row, in the 21N out of Valley Springs, California, that is going to be Fred Dickey. And to his outside, in the 68 out of Antioch, California, that is going to be Dynamite David Rosa.
Row 10 on the inside, the 36 Double D of Dennis Gilcrease. If they got it fixed, he had engine or had something. It looked like blew up. Not sure exactly, but may not make it out in the 36 Double D on the inside of 10. He was outside Randy Miramontes, a moose Randy Miramontes out of Santa Rosa, California in the 81R.
And in your final starting row is going to be the 43 out of Brentwood, California. That is going to be Sean Catucci. It looks like we're going to get set to take the green flag. Green flag is out. 20 laps. Dwarf car main event underway.
Down the front straightaway at turn number 1 at 28. Brandon Shaw slips up. He loses that lead. Here comes Mark Briscardi. He's up to the point, but there he is, Ryan Winter in that 4N up to the 2nd spot.
Ryan Winter is already moving his way up position, but the 2 Velasquez brothers are running. Looks like, they're going to get to the side of Brandon Shaw, and they move 3rd and 4th, 3 and 4 now running up, trying to run down Ryan Winters and make a pass on Ryan Winters as we see the 80 of Sean Jones tangle with Ryan Winters for that 2nd place position.
Mark Briscardi, Ryan Winters has trouble. He gets squirrely coming through the middle of 3 and 4, as does Sean Jones in the 80N. They're battling for 2nd into turn number 1 and 2, but we got a 3-car stack up in turn number 4. Chuck Conover's involved.
And that is a 45, looks like Danny Kelly in the 45, as well as, I believe that is the 58.
38 Double D.
Or, yes, I'm sorry, 38 Double D.
Involved. Yeah, that 3 looks a lot like a 5, doesn't it?
It does.
Folks, a request from an announcer and from score people up here to anyone that's going to drive a race car. When you're picking your number, I know really cool numbers look cool, but you also have to think about the fact that they have to be seen from scoring and announcing. So think about us, if you would. They got some beautiful numbers out there. You just can't tell unless you know them well.
And it's not that we're saying that it's not that he's saying that they're bad. It's just kind of the glare, and
it's just hard to see sometimes.
Nighttime, yeah, exactly. It's kind of a killer sometimes. Or hey, maybe we just need better eyes.
Well, there's no doubt about that. There is absolutely no doubt about that. I definitely need better eyes.
All right, with 2 laps into this main event, leading the point is going to be Mark Briscardi in the 66B.
I was going to say, if you haven't signed up yet, make sure you're on My Race Pass.
Yes, hop over on My Race Pass, as well as the fans. Fans and drivers both hop on My Race Pass. For you fans, you guys can check for the results, who's entered into the races, or you can just check on family friends, see which heat races or whatever they're lined up in, as well as drivers. Go in and claim your profile, and you guys can set your profile up and do pretty cool stuff like where you're from, car number, accomplishments, and all etc. other stuff as well.
And it is going to be pivotal, important for next year as we get into electronic timing and scoring. because that's where the information is going to come from. So please claim your profile. Getting those cars separated down there. Looks like they got tangled up a little bit in turn number 3 and 4. Chuck Conover and who'd you say that was? The Danny Kaye, the 45 car.
And it looks like Travis Day as well in the 88.
Oh yeah, Travis Day, our 2020 champion, involved down there. Got those cars separated. Lots of times there's not damage as much as they just get tangled up. Things get hooked together and have to unhook them.
Yeah.
Getting the lineup is set. So looking at it, we got Mark Briscardi out on the point. Ryan Winters in the second spot. Sean Jones in the third spot. Fourth is the 14E of Tommy Velasquez. Fifth is going to be, looks like the 28 car, Brandon Shaw. Sixth is Spanky, Michael Grennert. Seventh is going to be the 64 car of Eric Wessler. 8th is the 812 of Chance Russell. 9th is the 41E of Nick Velasquez, winner of heat race number 2. 10th is the 38 Double D of John Tardif out of Vacaville. 11th is going to be the 7XL. And of course, Brent Curran tonight. David Michael Rosa in the 11th spot. 12th is the is that it's on the back straightaway, having trouble seeing it. One of those numbers is kind of mushed together. This is a 12 of Justin Bingham back there. Then we got the 81R of Moose Randy Miramontes, the 21N of Fred Dickey. Chuck Conover is at the back of the pack. Up just in front of Chuck will be the 45 of Danny Kelly. That's your current running order. Texas style restart. We haven't had a chance to talk about this all night long, so Texas style restart, if you're unfamiliar with it, here at Antioch Speedway, this is how we do restarts on everyone except the sprint cars, who always restart single file. Texas style restart, leader gets a front row to himself. Second place gets to choose the high side or the low side in the row 2, and then everyone else falls in line appropriately from there all the way back. Going to give him the 1 to go signal. This time, Mark Briscardi. In the 66 B car. Has control of the field. Lights out, going green flag racing this time by.
As we get set, 2 laps in, 18 laps to go. Biscardi's gonna get on the gas. Green flag is out. Already pressuring from the inside, Winners pressuring from the outside, Sean Jones.
They tried to split them, weren't able to do it down there in turn number 1 and 2. They tried to get in 3. That time Winners pushes up in turn number 3, but here comes Sean Jones looking to the outside, but Mark Briscardi holds him off. He says the lead once again.
Yes, Briscardi's still holding on, but here comes Sean Jones in the inside.
What a
He's
shot.
gonna slide him, and he's gonna try to take away that first place position, and he's gonna hold on. You have a new leader across the line.
He had a diamond off the corner and had a heck of a shot down the back straightaway that last time, taking up the lead. Biscardi still in second, Ryan Winter third. Tommy Velasquez into fourth spot. Fifth is the 28 car of Brandon Shaw. Sean Jones puts another lap in the books, 5 down, 15 to go. Mark Biscardi still holding on second. He's trying to get back up to Sean Jones.
Ryan Winters is now struggling as he's going to get passed for that third place position by Tommy Velasquez.
Third place battle up off turn number 4. Tommy Velasquez has it. Out in front of Ryan Winters. Now Winters getting pressure from Brandon Shaw as they go through turns 1 and 2. But we got cars. Chuck Conover, Randy Miramontes, and that's going to be the Justin Bingham car. Sitting backwards there in turn number 4. Yellow flag back out. Those 3 cars involved in an incident in turn number 4.
And that's the second time that 52 has gotten involved in a wreck here on the racetrack in the same corner as well. So,
hearing that 81 of the Moose, Randy Miramontes being credited with that yellow flag. He started that.
They're all able to get pushed away. As you can feel it in the air, the temperature is starting to drop. As Wiley throws on the beanie and the jacket already.
I am 50 pounds less insulation than I was a little more than a year ago.
Yeah.
And I feel it. Got the accident scene cleaned up. Now we're getting them lined up. Sean Jones, again trying to make up for the last time here when he did not make the main event. 2-day show. Wasn't here for the Friday portion, so didn't earn any points, so had to race his way in on Saturday and broke. Coming up off turn number 4, had to pull the infield. So Mark Biscardi is in the second spot. Tommy Velasquez third. Fourth is Ryan Winter. He was up battling for the lead earlier and has fallen back, lost a couple spots after getting together with Mark Biscardi earlier in the event. In the fifth spot is a 28 car. Brandon Shaw, he was our pole sitter for this main event. Magic green flag in the air, give him one to go. Go back to green flag racing next time by. Checking in on Brent Curran, just in case you're wondering, being his inaugural Dwarf car event here tonight. He has worked his way forward just a little bit. He's sitting back. Looks to be about the 12th position, if my quick count is right. Coming around to the green flag this time by.
The green flag gets set. We 6 laps in, 14 laps to go. Oh! And it looks like Tommy Velasquez kind of touched the wall a little bit as Biscardi's going to make the pass now on Velasquez. Velasquez is all in his bumper.
Tommy saying, hello, Mark, I'm here.
Sean Jones is going to try to run away from the field as he's still holding on to the lead.
Velasquez had gotten around Biscardi, and Biscardi crossed over, got back around him going off.
Yes,
number 2.
Here comes Ryan Winters as he wants to get back into the battle for that second place position.
One car into the infield, hits the cone down on the inside. That's the Chance Russell 812 car. He keeps it going. Yeah. Under the green flag.
Still Biscardi holding off Velasquez. Velasquez holding off Ryan Winters. Brandon Jones has a battle on his hands with the 41.
Battle for second up off turn number 2. Tommy Velasquez down on the inside of Mark Biscardi into turn number 3. Biscardi unable to cross over that time. Give it to Tommy Velasquez up to the second spot. Biscardi third and Ryan Winters in that 4th spot. Once again, Mark Biscardi looks low, but he pushes up in turn 2 and that opens
allows
up the door
Ryan
and
Winters
gives
to get by.
Ryan Winter to catch him and pass him.
And here comes a battle for the, looks like the 7th place position between Nick Velasquez and Spanky Grunnert. Spanky getting by the 41 car. Oh, Sean Jones almost loses it going into turn 1. He still saves the car and he still holds on to the lead. Didn't lose any spots, luckily, to the Tommy Velasquez machine.
Jones now in the lap traffic coming up off turn number 4 at the line. The 45 of Danny Kelly getting the blue flag with the yellow stripe, letting them know the leader
Oh,
come through. Battle for second.
Velasquez gets by. Looks like he's going to get by Ryan Winters. Yes.
Velasquez,
Oh,
here comes Ryan Winter back
Winters.
on the inside.
There's a slide job fest going on here tonight.
And they're doing all this around the slower car of Chance Russell, who was a lapped car, had problems earlier. Our leader gets into contact with the 12 car of Justin Bingham. Bingham spins around. Yellow flag is out.
Wow.
Jones went down into turn number 3. And he was in the middle of heavy lap traffic, and he got together with the Bingham car, and Bingham spun out. That's going to do it for the 12 car. He's getting credited with that. He's the one that got in contact with Sean Jones and spun himself out, so he's going to be done for the night. Is Justin Bingham out of Bingham out of Hollister, California. Rookie stripes on that due to that car. Six laps remain. Looking at the scoreboard right now. Taking a look at the feed right now, and doesn't look like it's going to get the incident in it. Great battle there we had going on between Tommy Velasquez and the 14E and the 4 car of Ryan Winter.
Yeah.
Those two kept and doing it, crossover moves, passing each other back and forth, all
With
kind of
lap
circling
traffic.
Front Russell.
With lap
in that
traffic
lap
right
car.
in front of them. And they're going to get, when they get the green flag, it's going to be a 6-lap shootout. So the top 3, any one of these guys could honestly win this main event here tonight.
I think the top 5, top 6, top 7.
Seems like when the green flag drops, it's just the top 3 are able to check out from the rest of that little group behind them.
I'm picking Sean Jones, by the way.
Oh, wow, we totally forgot.
Who are you picking?
I mean, it's a late nose, but I guess I'm going to just take Tommy Velasquez.
Going Tommy Velasquez.
Yeah.
You get to pick first next time. I just remembered. Coming around, green flag back in the air.
Green flag back in the air once again. Sean Jones jumps out to the lead.
I would have picked Sean Jones anyway, but Brian Winters, he won last time he was here, if I remember correctly. That's not a car to scoff at by any shake of the imagination. Winters, Winter up to the 2nd spot. Sean Jones at the point, 5 to go.
Here comes Brandon Shaw. Is going to make a move on Velasquez. Possibly no. He's going to be denied. He's still stalking in that 4th place position. Now Ryan Winters is trying to gain some ground on Sean Jones as they come across the line. 4 to go now.
Ryan Winters falling back into the hands of Tommy Velasquez. Velasquez looked to make a move down into turn number 1 last time. Not quite close enough, but he's right on the rear bumper as they cross the start-finish line with 3 laps remain.
Yeah, it looks like Sean Jones just has something in that car where he's just, it's one of those cars where he's running a perfect race right now, even though he has the guys behind him that are fast. It looks like his car's able to just maneuver and get around the track road nice and easy.
I know Danny Wagner will talk about he learned everything he knows from Sean Jones. Oh, one car spins around at turn number 1. Looks to be the John Tardif car.
Yes.
Just kind of, he all by himself just spun down there in turn number 1. But Danny Wagner talks about that Sean Jones is probably the best driver he's raced against. Last lap at 15:34 on the stopwatch, 88.005 miles an hour. John Tardif spinning all by himself down there in turn number 1. He had other cars around, but they weren't anywhere near him. And that 38 Double D, he's one of the folks doing double duty tonight. He's got to go hop into the 600 micro for the next main event. So it's going to be a green-white checkered. Sean Jones on the point. Ryan Winter 2nd. Tommy Velasquez 3rd. Brandon Shaw 4th. And Mark Briscardi in your 5th spot. 6th is going to be Nick Velasquez. 7th is Spanky. 8th is going to be the 64 of Eric Wessler. 9th looks to be David Michael Rosa. 10th Chuck Conover. 11th is going to be Brent Curran. 12th our 2020 champion. Travis Day. 13th is Chance Russell. 14th is the Fred Dickey car. 15th, Moose Miramontes. 16th, John Tardif. And 17th will be the 45 of Danny Kelly. Some of those not necessarily in order because some of them are multiple laps down at the back of the pack there.
All right, as we get set for green-white checkered, Sean Jones leads them to the point. Green flag's out. Still, Sean Jones, Tommy Velasquez is still not able to get in the inside of Ryan Winters. Ryan Winters is going to take that second place still.
White flag in the air.
Comes out. White flag's out for Sean Jones. One more time around the racetrack for him, and he'll collect the main event win here tonight.
Down into turn number 3, Sean Jones gets a little squirrely. Here comes Ryan Winter. Winter not quite close enough. Checkered flag in the air. Sean Jones with the win. Ryan Winter second. Tommy Velasquez third. Fourth, the 28 car. Brandon Shaw fifth is going to be Mark Biscardi. Head down for victory lane.
So congratulations to our winner in the 80N out of San Jose, California is going to be Sean Jones. Oh yeah.
Heading down for victory lane. Sean Jones out of the race car. Not only fast in the race car, fast getting out of the race car.
Thank you for everything you did. You're doing a great job. Thank you. Thank you. I know you do it. Oh, yeah.
Sean Jones taking home another win here at Antioch Speedway tonight. You won the regional event back in July. Last time here, you didn't quite make the main. You had some mechanical issues, but you come back and finish strong. No one could touch you once you got out front.
Yeah, actually the car was really good tonight. We've been trying some new old stuff. So I've been like going back to a setup that we used to run in 2009, 2010, and I don't know why we ever stopped running it. So yeah, it was just really good. I kind of messed up on 3 and 4 in the last lap, and I heard my brother-in-law right there. So I don't know if it was just the white flag blues or what. I don't know. I didn't hit it very well, I guess, but it's always great to race with him, and I can't wait for the sprint car race. I'm starting first for that, so some tough competition to hold off.
Let's say I did that last lap. You went down turn number 3. You had about a 7-car length lead, and halfway through 3 and 4, you had about a car length lead.
Yeah, I felt like I almost stopped over there, but it was either going to just plow and keep pushing towards the wall, or I had to stop and reset and kind of pull off the bottom. But luckily, I guess I got through 1 and 2 really good that time, so thank God for that.
How's the track conditions for you tonight?
Oh, it's really good. It was pretty one lane in the heat races, which is pretty expected. And then it's really widened out now, and I think the sprint car race will be good. And yeah, we'll see what happens.
Can you learn anything running this and then going and running your sprint car a little bit later?
Mostly track condition stuff, but setup-wise, not really. This is well, their setup kind of similar, but you have so much more power and tire with the sprint car that you can just get it done in that thing. So I'm looking forward to it.
Well, we had a 100-mile-an-hour run in a wingless sprint car earlier tonight, so the racetrack is fast.
Yeah, it is. I'm sure that was DJ.
All right, Sean Jones, congratulations, taking home another win here at Antioch Speedway.
Thank you very much.
Sean Jones winning the Delta Dwarf car event for the last race of 2020 for the Delta Dwarf cars. Congratulations, Sean. He's got to get his pictures taken and head back and get ready to run in the wingless sprint car. That's his next race. So you got the 600 micro sprint, I think, up next.
600s and the wingless and the 360s.
All right.
Got an IMCA modified. Doing some hot laps, and Sean Jones taking home the main event win for Delta Dwarf Cars. He also won heat race number 3. Congratulations to Sean. He's now got to go back, get ready to run his wingless sprint car. All right, you get first pick. Joe, who are you going to pick for the 600s?
Cody Gray.
Cody Gray. After what we saw earlier, I think that's the winner right there. So I'm going to pick Savannah Brown. She won the other heat race, so I'll pick her.
2 heat race winners going at it for the main event win.
Yeah.
Obviously, we have 6 other cars out there, but
our picks.
Yes.
Our picks. All right. Starting lineup.
We're doing the 600 micros next, right?
Yes, 600 micros.
Starting lineup for the 600 micros looks like this out of Discovery Bay. Oh boy, here we go. I apologize if I butcher it. 96 car, Pete Pinatana, Piantantia. Piantantia on the point out of Discovery Bay. I apologize, Pete, for butchering your name. Outside the front row, it's Rob Brown out of Santa Rosa, California in the 8R.
And in the second row, out of Auburn, California, in the 4 car, that is going to be Cody Gray. And to his outside, out of Santa Rosa, California, in the 8S, that is going to be Savannah Brown.
I think we need to start Cody a half lap behind. He was that much faster earlier. 530 of David Husky out of Mariposa, California, starts in the 5th spot. 6th, the 0 car, Brandon Shaw out of Escalon, California.
And in your final row, in the 41 out of Clyde, California, that is going to be John Tardif. And to his outside is going to be the 36Z out of Oakland, California. That is going to be Devin Osana.
Brandon Shaw, John Tardif, both drivers that ran in the Dwarf car main event, so double duties for them. Bringing them up, 600cc motorcycle engines for the 600 micro sprints. They may be small, but folks, they were fast. Had the 4 car crossing the mid-90s. Everyone else was running like mid-80s. He was so much faster than everyone else. Get these cars doubled up. Thanks again, folks, for tuning in on this beautiful Saturday for racing as we continue our race season deep into the month of November. Thanksgiving week. Hopefully everybody stays healthy and safe during this Thanksgiving week. And unfortunately, I know not allowed to have large gatherings, but hopefully you get to have some kind of turkey dinner, some gobble gobble, and stuffing and potatoes and cranberry sauce and all that yumminess coming up on Thursday. And then get yourself in front of, if you're not coming out here to race on Friday and Saturday, get yourself in front of your screen and tune in on Antioch Speedway TV for 2 more nights of racing for the 2020 season. Lights out. The 96 car Pete on the point. Rob Brown outside the front row. They're bringing him around. Showed him where the go zone was down there in turn number 4. A 600 micro sprint, 20-lap main event about to kick off. Green flag in the air.
Green flag in the air. As we see the 96 Pete jumps out to the early lead. As we see Cody Gray in that second place position. As he kind of slides up the racetrack a little bit still. He's going to lead lap number 1.
Lap number 1 of 15:31 on a stopwatch, 88.178 miles an hour as Pete comes up off turn number 2. Here comes Cody, right on the rear bumper, down into turn number 3. Gets underneath him, comes up off turn number 4 at the line. It's Pete.
Yeah, Pete's still holding off the number 4. Oh, this time Gray's going to...
Helps, now he gets out in front.
Yeah, Gray's going to make the little slide, make the move past him. And now he's jumped out to the lead. 3 laps in, 17 laps to go. Oh, as we see the
father-daughter battle
of Brandon Shaw making moves on. It looks like Rob Brown, as now he's going to make the move for the third place position.
Yep, I was seeing that 0 as an 8. Sorry about that. Says one car rolls into the pit exit. Red flag is out. One car sitting on the side.
I believe that is Rob no.
That's the 41, John Tardif. Driver's okay.
Hard, huh? I can't help you at the moment because they're not moving. But you have the first 3 right. Anyway, there's not a number 30. There is no 530.
Third is 0, fourth is 8, R.
Driver's okay. John Tardif. In the 41 car. Rolling into pit exit. See if the TV feed caught anything. Nothing I'm seeing on the TV feed. Working on, we're going to have multiple cameras next year, folks. We're going to have replays and stuff. It's coming up on it. John Tardif rolling off the racetrack into pit exits. Officials there very quickly. John okay. Getting the accident scene, he's got the cars on the wheels. Or has the car on the wheel over there, getting the tow truck over there. They may be small, and they may be, but they're fast, and they wreck just like anybody else. So thankfully, John Tardif, okay. First run in that car. John Tardif out of Vacaville, California. Thanks for tuning in again. We got racing action, 2 more nights of racing here at Antioch Speedway. Next Friday and Saturday, open wheels cars are back on Friday night with the winged and wingless sprint cars. Also, the Jay's Mobile Welding Hobby Stocks are going to be here, along with the Hardtops and the Valley Sportsman, combining again like they did last time. Valley Sportsman, if you're coming up, you are allowed to keep your wing on. That'll be next Friday night, the 27th, or Friday afternoon. Starting 3 o'clock once again. Again, keep an eye on our website at www.antiochspeedway.com. AntiochSpeedway.com. The Facebook page, Antioch Speedway by Promotions, and AntiochSpeedway.tv on Facebook. And of course, my Antioch Speedway announcer on both Facebook and YouTube for the latest news and notes. If we do change the times, we will let you know, and follow our feeds. Make sure you like and follow on all those platforms for those places I just mentioned. And of course, like and follow
On the Hammer Podcast.
The On the Hammer Podcast. That's right. You guys have your own website too, right?
Website? No. Facebook, yes.
Facebook, okay.
Facebook and Instagram.
So On the Hammer Podcast. When's your next one coming out?
We're going to be recording one tomorrow, actually. And then we'll schedule a date to drop it, to release it to the viewers.
Very good. Did you have a little recording device and record Kyle Larson or anybody when you were down to Merced last night?
Actually, I did.
Yeah?
Let's see if I can play it over the speaker. Actually, I did. I totally forgot that you brought that up.
You got kind of audio output. You got this sound.
No.
Don't worry about it. We tried.
Yeah, but actually got in victory lane and got to record him doing that. So
very cool.
That was pretty cool. Yeah, I actually have a video of me asking him to do it and him doing it actually.
I am so excited that he is joining Hendrick Motorsports. I am a Hendrick Motorsports fan. Hendrick started with Jeff Bodine, who was his hometown's 15 miles from my hometown, so I was a Bodine fan, and he got on the Hendrick Motorsports, and I've followed him ever since. Of course, Chase Elliott winning the championship for the Cup Series became my favorite driver when Dale Jr. retired. So congratulations to Chase, winning only the third time that a father-son duo have both won the championship. And he is only one of 6 drivers that have won both the Cup and the Xfinity Championship. Getting these cars pushed off. Or getting them started and going. Single file restart. Larry bringing the orange cone out on the front straightaway. What do we do with the orange cone? Well, they cannot pull out to pass until they pass this orange cone. If they pull out and pass, if they hit the cone, if they go below the cone, they are penalized 2 positions at the next flag. So, Cody Gray is our leader, winner of heat race number 2 out of Auburn, California. Second, Pete Piantentia out of Discovery Bay in the second spot. Third, Brandon Shaw in that 0 car. Fourth is the 8R of Rob Brown out of Santa Rosa, California. Fifth is the 8S, his daughter, Shannon Brown. That'll put the 530 of Dave Husky 6th, and 7th will be the 36Z of Devin Oshana out of Oakland, California. Don't get many folks out of Oakland, California. It's nice to have someone from there up here. So who do you do on the hammer with? There's 3 of you, or 4 of you, right?
Yeah, I have myself, Brent Kern, Ryan DeForest, and then we have our producer slash also one of our hosts, Dylan Schreiner, as well with us. So four guys. 4 guys just talking and debating, and sometimes you hear us arguing, and it's all about racing, all for the love of racing. So we each have that passion for it, and
all racing all the time.
Yeah.
On the Hammer Podcast. Don't miss it. If you haven't hooked it up on Facebook, make sure you go over and follow and like and listen next time out. All right, lights out. We're going green flag racing. Cody Gray on the point in that 4 car. Last lap was a 14:61, 92.402 miles an hour. Green flag in the air.
Green flag in the air. As you see, Cody Gray already jumping out to the early lead over Pete in the 96 car. And it looks like Pete's going to be under pressure from, it looks like the 0 car.
Could be the 0, Brandon Shaw.
Yeah, Brandon Shaw.
Shaw looks high, coming up off turn number 2, side by side down the back straightaway. Pete on the inside, Shaw on the high side. Shaw crosses over this side. Pete gets sideways. He catches it, but he loses that spot.
He loses the second place position. And now let's see if Brandon Shaw has anything for Cody Gray. Still 14 laps to go for these micros here.
Cody Gray crosses the line at 14:30 on the stopwatch, 94.406 miles an hour that time.
Now as we see Savannah Brown out there running in the 4th place position, her father Rob Brown pulled into the infield a couple laps earlier before.
He's getting out, telling her, get up there.
Yeah, trying to motivate her to get Pete.
Last time by, Gray got over 95 miles an hour. We'll see what he does this time. 95.004. It's a 14:21 on the stopwatch in these little itty-bitty micros.
Now, as we thought Cody Gray would be running away from the field, and it looks like he's not pulling away from Brandon Shaw too much. Still kind of maintaining that gap between them.
About a 2.5 second lead that time by.
Yeah. It looks like once these cars kind of get spaced out, they start just logging off laps.
Picked up a couple, or lost a couple tenths that time.
Yeah, and it looks like now he's a full straightaways length over the 0 of Brandon Shaw, as Cody Gray is going to inherit some lap traffic as he winds down into these last 8 laps of the race. As he's going to put the inside of the 530, I believe that is, of Dave Husky, goes a lap down.
And the 36Z of Devin Oshana gets put a lap down.
Yes, now he has 2 lap cars in between him and Brandon Shaw.
Down the back straightaway goes our leader, but second place, battling, trying to get around lap cars into turn number 3. He goes low below that 530 of Husky. He works around him. Now he sets his sights on getting around Oshana into turn number 1. And clears him. Now he's got clean racetrack between himself and the leader with 4 laps remaining, but he's got a full straightaway to try to make up. I'll give you a split this time as he comes up off turn number 4. About 3.7 second lead right now.
Yeah, so he's now
over a straightaway.
Yeah, over a straightaway, and he's
almost 96 miles an hour that time, a 14:07 on the stopwatch, 95.949 miles an hour.
half a track length lead that Cody Gray has over Brandon Shaw, our second place car. 2 to go. Next time, Cody Gray will be seeing the white flag wave.
Cody Gray up off turn number 4, sliding 4-wheel drift on the exit of the turn, receives a white flag. Down into turn number 1 he goes. Coming up off turn number 2. No one in front of him, no one behind him. Down the back straightaway into turn number 3. Cody Gray down on the low side. Up off turn number 4. Crosses the line. Cody Gray with the win.
And second place is going to go to Brandon Shaw. Third is going to go to the 96 of Pete Panetta. Fourth is going to go to the 8S of Savannah Brown. And rounding out your top 5 is going to go to the 36Z of Devin Osana.
14:20 on the stopwatch, 95.070 miles an hour that last time by. Head down for victory lane. Cody Gray taking home the win for the 600 micros. Coming across the scale. Cody Gray getting the steering wheel off. Climbing up out. There he is. Taking the win here tonight at Antioch Speedway for the 600 micro sprints. Getting the helmet off.
Good run, buddy. Thank you.
Come on out front here, Cody. We'll get you on camera. Cody Gray taking home the win. Tell you what, once you got out front, you just kind of checked out. How was it for you tonight?
The track felt pretty good. The car was running great all night, so got to thank everybody here at Antioch for producing a great track. It was pretty racy, and it was pretty fun all night.
You were a lot faster than most of the other cars out there. What's the difference with your race car?
I really couldn't tell you. I don't know if it's me or what. I race with Brandon weekly. You know, me and him, we've had a couple of battles for the lead. It's always fun. So we were going to run Tulsa, so we've still got the stock A-Class motor in it, so it's nothing too special.
I was going to say, that's the best answer right there. It's the driver, right?
I guess.
95 plus miles an hour. Can you feel the speed in these little cars like that on this track? Because I know you guys also run places like Dixon, which is much smaller.
Yeah, you can for sure feel the speed compared to Dixon, and, you know, the car kind of starts wiggling a little bit, but nonetheless, it's super fun.
All right, any big troubles for you tonight, or are you all good from start to finish?
Pretty good from start to finish. We had to do one gear change, and all we really changed all night was tire pressure.
All right, Cody Gray, congratulations on taking on the main event win.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Cody Gray taking on the win in tonight's inaugural 8,600 micro sprints event here at Antioch Speedway. Up next, as you can see, rolling out onto the racetrack, it is the Wingless sprint cars coming up. Who's going to take home the win? Got a lot of good fast cars here. Can DJ Johnson, our 2020 champion, put another notch on his belt to finish out 2020? We'll find out here in just a little bit.
All right, as we're going to get set for our third main event of the night, our Wingless Spec Sprints. 30 laps, main event, starting on the pole, your front row, and the 24 out of San Jose, California, that is going to be Sean Jones. And to his outside, out of Morgan Hill, California, in the 1C, that is going to be Jimmy Christian.
Sean Jones, of course, trying to take home two main events for the night. Row 2, Nate. Nate Shank, winner of heat race number 2 out of Santa Rosa. On the inside, on the outside of row 2, the 33 DJ of DJ Johnson out of Stockton, California.
And in your third row, in the 21 out of Antioch, California, that's going to be Roy Fisher. And to his outside, out of Discovery Bay, California, in the 33 car, the kid, Dylan Bloomfield.
Inside row 4, the 36 car, he's out of Brentwood, California. He's Bob Newberry. To his outside, Scott Clough out of Placerville, California, in the 60 car.
And row 5, in the 56 out of Antioch, California, that's going to be Sean Arriaga. And to his outside, in the 7 EJ out of Roseville, California, that's going to be Josh Young.
Tony Bernard starts inside row 6. He's out of Santa Rosa, California, and at number 50 to his outside, Ricky Brophy out of Antioch, California. I'm sorry, that's Doc Brophy in the 28 car.
And in your 7th row, in the 3R out of Petaluma, California, that is going to be Bob Davis. And to his outside, in the 92A out of Brentwood, California, that is going to be Jeff Scotto.
The inside of row 8, it's the 3F of Daniel DeKaiser out of Kelseyville, California, and Troy Ferry out of Vallejo, California, to his outside in the 48 car.
And in your 9th row, in the 69 out of Oakley, California, that is going to be Skip Tuttle. And to his outside, in the 2 car out of Antioch, California, that is going to be Kevin Box.
And at the back of the 27 car out of Sonora, California, 62 years young, it's Steve Mianki. It's our starting lineup for the Wingless Sprint cars. 19 entries here tonight. Sean Jones trying to double up tonight as he did earlier this year here at Antioch Speedway. in his 24 car. He's starting from the right spot up on the point. Jimmy Christian, though, he had a good run earlier, winning heat race number 3. He's out of Morgan Hill, California. They couldn't touch him in his heat race, took home that win. Of course, in that outside of road number 2, our 2020 champion, who won, I think, 3 times on the year, but was always in contention for the win, DJ Johnson. And, of course, right behind him, Dylan Bloomfield, another driver that finished all but once out of the top 5, and that was because he blew a motor, if I remember correctly, all season long. The young 14-year-old Dylan Bloomfield out of Discovery Bay.
Yeah, it looks like these guys are going to put on the show. Sean Jones, DJ Johnson,
first.
Dylan Bloomfield, first 3 rows.
Ooh, this is tough. I get to pick first, and I'm gonna go with Sean Jones. There's a lot of drivers I'd love to pick, but I'm going to go with Sean Jones. He's been on the track already tonight.
That's a good pick. The way the track is looking tonight. I'm gonna put some faith in the young man coming from the 3rd row outside, Dylan Bloomfield.
Dylan Bloomfield trying to make it 2 in a row. Couldn't go wrong with Sean Jones. Can't go wrong with DJ Johnson, Dylan Bloomfield. Jimmy Christian was strong. I don't know. There's a whole bunch of cars.
Here's the thing. I would pick DJ Johnson, but I think you cursed him for the season. So I'm gonna try to stay away from that train right there.
Yeah, I don't. That's part of the reason I didn't want to pick him, is because he talked to me earlier about that. So make sure you tune into Wiley's Race Report here coming up this weekend. You'll find out exactly what I'm talking about. But yeah. He's worried every time I pick him, I jinx him. So, magic green flag was in the air. We're going green flag racing next time by. 30-lap main event for the Wingless Sprint Cars.
30 laps. Here we go.
Sean Jones on the point, bringing him around. Picking up speed through turns 3 and 4. Jimmy Christian on the outside. Green flag in the air.
Green flag in the air. Jimmy Christian. He's going to jump out to the early lead over Sean Jones. DJ Johnson sitting in 3rd. Dylan Bloomfield looks like he's going to try to make a move for 4th. He's going to get into the inside. Yes, he's going to make the move. They drag down the back straightaway. But up front, it looks like...
3-way battle for the lead off turn number 4. Jimmy Christian on the point. Sean Jones second. DJ Johnson third. Jones tried to get to the outside, but Christian closed the door on the exit of turn number 2. Down into turn number 3 they go. That Sean Jones car has a really good entry to the turn, and then struggles a little bit in the middle of the turn at that point. That time on the exit, loses the lead to DJ Johnson, and Johnson takes the lead coming up off turn number 2. DJ Johnson, our new leader.
Sean Arriaga pulls into the infield. It looks like possibly his night's going to be done.
Battle for the lead at the line. Jimmy Christian gets back around DJ Johnson. Or I'm sorry, Sean Jones gets back around DJ Johnson.
Oh, we have a car around. Doc Brophy around in turn 4.
Doc Brophy. Doc Brophy spun on his own over there in turn number 4. Looks like that car in the infield, Sean Arriaga is still running. Oh, that looks weird. What's going on there? But one car coming to a stop on the front straightaway. Waiting for the push truck to push this car off down here on the front straightaway.
And yeah, he just came to a stop just out of nowhere.
That is the 3R of Bob Davis. Yes, 3R of Bob Davis. A lot of threes. Last lap of 14.44 second lap, 93.490 miles an hour. So Sean Jones is our leader. DJ Johnson second. Third is Jimmy Christian. Fourth is Dylan Bloomfield. Fifth, it's the Nate Schenk car. Sixth is Josh Young in the 7 EJ. Seventh, Roy Fisher. Eighth, Bob Newberry. Ninth, it is Scott Clough. Tenth is going to be Troy Ferry. 11th is going to be the 3F of Daniel DeKaiser. 12th is going to be Jeff Scotto. 13th is the 50 car of Tony Bernard. 14th, Kevin Box. 15th looks to be Doc Brophy. 16th is going to be the Steve Bianchi car, and 17th is going to be, you believe that's Skip Tuttle back there at the back of the pack.
Yes, as we did get 4 laps in, 26 laps still to go for these guys. And it looks like the lights are still on.
Giving Sean Arriaga 2 laps. As he pulled off after he pulled into the infield. Going to give him the 1 to go signal next time by. So, Sean Jones on the point. DJ Johnson there in the 2nd spot.
Jimmy Christian in the 3rd spot with Dylan Bloomfield 4th.
Orange cone out on the front straightaway. Can't pull out the pass. Can't hit the cone. Can't go below the cone. If you do, you will get penalized 2 positions at the next yellow, or at the next flag. Lights going out. Green flag racing this time by.
It looks like the 56 of Sean Arriaga is not going to make it back onto the racetrack. As we're going to get set to let him loose. Sean Jones is going to see the green flag, and he steps on it. Sean Jones into turn 1. He's going to hold on to that lead over DJ Johnson.
Dylan Bloomfield went down in turn number 1, tried to get underneath Jimmy Christian, got underneath Jimmy Christian, but couldn't get around him.
Oh, and he's going to try it one more time.
Battle for third.
Yes,
makes
he
it
gets
this time.
Dylan Bloomfield moves into that 3rd place position. It looks like Sean Jones is kind of pulling away from DJ Johnson now, as Dylan Bloomfield starts to come alive and come up through the field.
What car? The 1C.
Jimmy Christian is slow,
going slow,
and he's gonna make it off the racetrack. We're gonna stay green.
Have to keep an eye and make sure he actually gets through pit exits. Sean Jones in turn number 1, working right up along the cushion, down the back straightaway into turn number 3. That car is fast, coming up on turn number 4.
Yeah, that car is really fast, and he has it stuck to that high side, and he's kind of pulling away from our champion, DJ Johnson, as he's maneuvering through lap traffic perfectly.
Get a good time on it this time. He had a pretty clean lap, 14:26 on the stopwatch, 94.670 miles an hour.
Yeah, DJ Johnson sitting back, kind of, I think, waiting for his opportunity to come. We are just 10 laps in, 20 laps still to go in this main event.
I think DJ's catching them just a little bit. Now they're coming up on some heavy lap traffic.
With Doc Brophy in front of Sean Jones, he's going to try to slide him in the inside. DJ Johnson stayed. Yellow flag's out.
I do believe it's because Jimmy Christian did not get through pit exit. I do believe is the reason for the yellow. Working on getting the push truck through there. Got Woody. Made his way that way. Hey, the another group I didn't thank earlier tonight when I was thanking everybody is got to thank the DNF crew. These folks in the Jeeps and whatnot that are out there pushing off and doing all that stuff. They're on a voluntary basis, DNF. And want to say thank you for coming out. Do want to say for the folks, Deborah and Mike, that haven't been able to make it due to the COVID stuff. Miss you guys in that white Ford Bronco you normally see around here at the racetrack. Miss you guys. Hope to see you guys back here next year, which would mean COVID's done. Got the orange cone out there in front straightaway. 2 more nights of racing after tonight. Don't forget to tune in on Antioch Speedway TV. AntiochSpeedway.tv is the place to be for all the racing action here from live and direct from Antioch Speedway for the 2020 season because of the COVID crud. All right now got Sean Jones on the point, DJ Johnson second, Dylan Bloomfield up to the third spot, fourth. It is the 7 EJ of Josh Young. They were working on getting Roy Fisher moved to a different spot, so see where he's at.
Looks like he will be sitting in the 6th position.
So Fisher in the 6th, 7th is going to be the Daniel DeKaiser car, 8th. Going to be Bob Dewberry. They're playing bumper tag over there.
All right, as they're going to let the top 5, I guess, roar on off.
They catch back up.
Green
Green flag in
out.
there.
10 laps in, 20 to go. Oh, this time DJ Johnson tries to throw it in on Sean Jones. They're going to drag down the back straightaway.
Side by side into turn number 3, but that 33 car does not stick to the bottom.
And here, it looks like the 3F of Daniel DeKaiser.
Into the wall in turn number 4. Yellow flag back out. DJ had a good run, but he went down in turn number 3, and that time the car did not stick, and he pushed up the hill and lost about 4 car lengths.
Yeah, I just seen the car just kind of go up there, and he kind of slid, and next thing you know, he was looking at the wall.
Getting that car pushed away from the wall, Daniel DeKaiser. Get him, got a push truck over there to get him pushed off. Didn't look like he hit the wall. Looks like he kind of stopped. He's rolling. Push truck's going to fall in behind him. Get the push truck down there. Excuse me. We still got one more main event. We still got 19 laps in this event. Starting earlier for, of course, temperature reasons, but also the curfew reasons. State of California and County of Contra Costa, and everybody has put on. Give him the 1 to go signal. Going back to green flag racing. Sean Jones on the point. DJ Johnson, Dylan Bloomfield, 2nd and 3rd. 4th is Josh Young. 5th, Jimmy Christian. I'm sorry, not Jimmy Christian. That's Nate Shank, winner heat race number 2.
As we get set to go, as we said, 19 laps still to run. Sean Jones is going to see the green flag. Green flag's out. Sean Jones. He holds down that inside line, so as you can see, so DJ Johnson won't be able to make a slider on him. This time he slides up the racetrack.
Cars done on turn number 1, 3F. Once again, Daniel DeKaiser involved. It looks like, I think that's Doc Brophy. Yep, Doc Brophy also involved. But it started with the 3 car, Daniel DeKaiser. That's going to be 2 on Daniel. That'll be his night. So Daniel DeKaiser done for the night out of Lake County. Doc Brophy involved. Looks like hopefully just spun, no damage done. If you don't have My Race Pass, head on over to your app store on your phone and pick up My Race Pass. That's where you can get all the lineups, the finishing orders, schedules, and stuff for Antioch Speedway. Next year, when we get our live timing and scoring up and running, it'll also be run through My Race Pass. Another person I want to say thanks to is Larry Adams. He's kind of the do-it guy around here. He has to do a lot of stuff, a lot of different areas of this racetrack. Puts in a lot of hours and a lot of time, a lot of money to get stuff going and working on. His latest project has been getting it, building the equipment needed so that we can do replays, have multiple cameras and stuff. So thank you very much for that. Flat tire on the Doc Brophy car. So Doc should get 2 laps once he gets back to his pits to get that thing fixed. What? So it'll be a couple more laps. DJ trying to keep some heat in his tires in that 33 DJ car. Again, don't forget to keep an eye out for Wiley's Race Report coming up later this week with my full interview with DJ Johnson. I also talked to him to kick off the pre-race show, but that's different than the interview I did with him. So we'll have those on Wednesday night is when that should drop. Going to give him the one to go next time by. Giving Doc Brophy time to get that flat tire fixed. Want to say thanks also to our sponsors here at Antioch Speedway. Of course, I want to say thanks to Chad and Tina Chadwick, promoters, new promoters here. Their business, Pro Motorsports. Also want to say thanks to Polar Bear Rolled Ice Cream out there in Oakley at 2581 Main Street in Oakley. I just hear rave stuff about the Polar Bear Rolled Ice Cream.
Wait, you haven't been there?
I haven't been there. I live the opposite direction. I've got in the off season, I'm going out to get some Polar Bear Rolled Ice Cream. I can't wait.
I think last week I went like twice in like 1 week. So.
Oh man, I love ice cream. That's my sweet tooth right there. Quality Aero Maintenance out there in Acampo, California. Fabulous Bob, operator of Quality Aero Maintenance. Jay's Mobile Welding and Fabrication. Want to say thanks to them. Stites Towing, also Delta Transmission. All sponsors here at Antioch Speedway.
As
Green flag
back in the air. Yes. Oh,
DJ
this time
Johnson
Sean Jones stays up high. DJ Johnson down low. Still not able to make a move on him. As once again, he stays up high. It looks like that's just kind of not working for DJ right now. Is he trying to get something going downstairs?
Oh, here he goes out in front. Can he do the slide job? He does. Gets out in front of Sean Jones. New leader, DJ Johnson, but he stays on the low side. Here comes Sean Jones back high. But DJ making that low side work, picking up the lead. Sean Jones goes low to try to make that move as well. Right now, the battle for third.
Josh Young gets by Dylan Bloomfield on the inside as well, so it looks like something's working downstairs on the inside.
That 7 EJ car. Josh Young gets around young Dylan Bloomfield in a 33. But up front, DJ Johnson. Coming up off turn number 4, the low side. The place to be right now as the high side was earlier. Working around the slower car of Skip Tuttle.
And it looks like he's starting to actually pull away possibly from Sean. Oh, we have one slow on the straightaway. That is Bob Newberry.
Newberry once again. No luck. Coming to a stop right underneath Fabulous Bob. Bob Newberry, if it wasn't for bad luck, he'd have no luck at all in the 2020 season. I'm willing to bet he's ready to get this thing over with.
Yeah, that's so unfortunate. Hoping he had a good run here tonight.
Last lap for DJ was a 13.97 second lap, 96.636 miles an hour. Jay's Mobile Welding, we were talking about him up there in Sacramento. Jay Bryant sponsoring the hobby stock division, a bunch of other stuff as well. I'll say thanks to that. He's going to be sponsoring the Tri-State Tour next year as well. Delta Transmission, foreign domestic standard auto transmissions, rear differentials, transfer cases are out there at 1105 Sunset Drive in Antioch. All the fine sponsors we have, I want to say thanks to all of them. If you happen to stop by any of them, please say thank you for sponsoring Antioch Speedway. Give them some feedback. Looks like they got to lift the rear end of the car up, so something, whatever broke. Maybe we can get a report from Damien if he can see what happened down there. Bob Newberry runs well and just can't catch a break here this year. Get this year behind him.
Did you see what it was, Damien?
He's not very happy.
Well, looking at the race car, he's got something. The left rear is not supposed to be hanging down like that. So, obviously, something broken in the left rear.
The 1 to go signal in the air as we're going to get set to go green once again.
Lights out. DJ Johnson on the point. Sean Jones second. Josh Young in that third spot. Young Dylan Bloomfield fourth. Fifth is Jimmy Christian. Or I'm sorry, Nate Shank. 6, Roy Fisher still hanging out there in that 6th spot. That 21 car. Green flag in the air.
Green flag in the air. This time DJ Johnson leads them across the line. He's going to kind of pull away. Here comes Sean Jones. Looks like now they all gravitate to the inside lane now. As you've seen, that's where most of the passes were coming from DJ and Josh Young. Oh, as we have one spin in the infield.
To be the Nate Shank. That is Nate Shank over there spinning off turn number 2 in the 1 car. Out of Santa Rosa, winner of heat race number 2. Spun out on his own. Nate Shank spinning off turn number 2 on his own. DJ Johnson on the point. Sean Jones second. Josh Young third. Dylan Bloomfield fourth. Fifth is now Roy Fisher. Sixth is Scott Clough in the 60 car. Seventh is going to be Sean Arriaga. Eighth, Jeff Scotto. Ninth, Troy Ferry. 10th is Tony Bernard. 11th, Kevin Box. 12th, E27 of Steve Bianchi. And next in line is the 69 of Skip Tuttle. And the 1 car of Nate Shank makes it back out. Or gets rolling again.
1 to go signal once again for DJ Johnson. All right, down the back straightaway as we get set single file. DJ Johnson, Sean Jones doing battle for that first place position. Let's see if they can continue. Green flag. Looks like DJ Johnson's going to get a good jump off the restart. And it looks like also back onto the racetrack, I believe that is the 56 of that Sean Arriaga machine, and he looks like he's running in the 7th place position, I want to say.
Not sure if he's a lap or more down.
Yeah.
It's just the position he's in. DJ Johnson up on the point. Sean Jones in the 2nd spot. 3rd is Josh Young. 4th is Dylan Bloomfield. That 3rd place battle seems to be a little more heated, but still got a couple car lengths there. Those 2 cars trying to figure that out as DJ Johnson has a nice comfortable 5 car length lead in the front. Going into turn number 3, he's coming up on the slower car of Skip Tuttle. Coming up off turn number 4. 12 laps remain in this 30-lap main event. Working underneath. Skip Tuttle works around him. Sean Jones now has to try to get around him. But DJ, our 2020 champion, doing well.
Sean Jones gets around Skip Tuttle as well, as now he's still stalking DJ Johnson as DJ Johnson gets around Miocic. So does Sean Jones. Sean Jones on the outside trying to make moves.
I think this racetrack is drying out more than they had thought it was going to. Has dropped the line down. DJ Johnson goes into turn number 3. Sean Jones into the 2nd. Jones still about 4 car lengths back, coming up off turn number 4. Looking further back, 3rd is still Josh Young. 4th, Dylan Bloomfield. 5th, Roy Fisher.
Here comes Sean Jones as he has a gaggle of lap traffic in front of him. DJ Johnson does. And he's going to have to try to pick them apart one by one. But here comes Sean Jones in the inside.
And this car he's got to work around is one that was running up front, Nate Shank.
Here comes Sean Jones. He's right on the gas tank of DJ Johnson. And Sean Jones goes to the outside. Possibly could have hurt him. Yes, now he's kind of getting stuck behind that lap car. He's going to make the move around. Here he comes on the outside. No, he's still going to be denied.
DJ Johnson had to work his way around Jeff Scotto. Scotto blowing smoke out when he gets off the gas.
Sean Jones throws it in the inside.
Oh, he pushes up. Almost gets run into by Jeff Scotto.
Lap cars are not giving him no leeway at all. He's having to force the issue. And now he has 2 lap cars in between him, and he's gonna get both of them at the same time.
Coming across the line, 4 laps remain out of 30. Going down into turn number 1. Battle for the lead coming up off turn number 2.
Has he possibly ran out of time with 4 laps to go? 3 lap traffic, 3 cars in front of DJ Johnson now. Now he's getting by Bernard. Can Sean Jones catch up to possibly make a move? As it looks like he's going to be seeing the white flag.
White flag
Sean
here.
Jones is there.
Around.
Sean Jones is there.
Down into turn number 1. They got the slower car on the outside.
Here comes Sean Jones.
Racetrack the rest of the way. Here they go. DJ Johnson. Sean Jones into turn number 1. Yellow flag is down.
Wow.
Sitting on the high side of turn number 3.
It was just about to get good. It was just about to get good going into turn 3. Sean Jones is set to put on a slider on DJ Johnson in the yellow flagged wave.
Sean Arriaga comes to a stop on the high side of turn number 3. There's also a car stop down here on exit of turn number 4.
Looks like Roy Fisher, if I'm correct. No, it's Skip Tuttle.
That's Skip Tuttle, the 69 car. Waiting to hear if it's a green-white at the same time or if it's a green-white checkered. Green-white together. 1 lap remains. In this 30-lap main event, it's going to come down to a 1-lap shootout. DJ Johnson, Sean Jones. Josh Young in 3rd, Dylan Bloomfield 4th, 5th, Roy Fisher 6th. Is Scott Clough. 7th, Tony Bernard. 8th, Troy Ferry. We got a little battle back there between Jeff Scotto and the Nate Schenk cars. Arriaga rolling again. We still have another main event to go.
Yeah, our winged 360, or wing sprints main event.
And you get to pick first.
Let's get through this main event first.
DJ Johnson trying to finish up the year strong, taking home the champion last time out. 1 to go signal at the starter stand. 1 lap shootout. Can DJ Johnson hold off Sean Jones for 1 lap? Bringing him around. How this is going to play out, we're about to find out about 20 seconds from right now. Coming around to the go zone. DJ Johnson has control of the field. Mashes the gas. Coming up off turn number 4. Green flag back in the air.
Green and white.
Sean Jones high.
DJ Johnson makes a little mistake. Here comes Sean Jones.
Down into turn number 3. 1 final time. DJ Johnson.
He's not going to get it done. DJ Johnson's going to win it. Across the line, Sean Jones 2nd. Josh Young 3rd. Dylan Bloomfield 4th. And the 21 of Roy Fisher rounding out your unofficial top 5.
Great run by DJ Johnson. Last lap of 14:42, 93.620 miles an hour. Head on down in for victory lane. DJ Johnson crossing the scales, heading towards victory lane when he's done there. One more main event here tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for tuning in to Antioch Speedway TV. For another exciting, fun-filled evening of racing here at Antioch Speedway. We got 2 more of them for the 2020 season. Friday night, of course, the Wingless and the Wing Sprint cars will be here. The J's Mobile Welding Hobby Stocks will be here, as well as the Hardtops and the Valley Sportsman combining. On Saturday night, the IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Sport Modifieds, along with the J's Mobile Welding Hobby Stocks and the Mini Stocks, all on Saturday night, November 28th for our final race of the 2020 season. As they're getting Sean Jones pushed around. He forgot where victory lane was. It's not his first go. He wants to see the other side of the car. That's it. All right, here we go. Climbing out of the race car. Taking home his, I believe, 4th win of the year here at Antioch Speedway.
Good, that was good.
Winning it convincingly. DJ Johnson getting a swig of water. Okay, so just so you know, we talked earlier, and everybody can watch the interview later this week on on Wiley's Race Report. But I did not pick you because I didn't want to jinx you like you said I do.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I kind of owe you one. But yeah, shoot, we are so happy right now just to get it done. Yeah, I mean, just to gather my thoughts, I mean, we just recap what we talked about earlier. We just said, hey, we've had a fast car all year, just unfortunate stuff's happened. You get into lap traffic, other people's wrecks, you know, and we gave a lot of races up while we were leading them. And I'd said that several times down here, and it absolutely drives me nuts. And so, yeah, you know, finally get done with the points, stop talking about points, and just come out here and just race our asses off. You know, and you know, it felt like we did pretty good in the heat race. Looked at the main event and who were lined up next to it, and it was a good field tonight. It was a real good field. You know, and you know, we wanted to really just put it to them. I mean, we want to come and put our best foot forward every night, but you know, we did it through lap traffic. You know, we made it through. It seemed pretty clean. You know, no hang-ups. You know, lap traffic wasn't making huge mistakes to where it's collecting the race for the lead. So, yeah, super happy. You know, and I finally got to race against Sean Jones. You know, he's ran up front several other weeks, and you know, you just want to get up there and race with Dylan. And you know, sometimes stuff happens. You fall back. You can't get up and race with him. But you know, we got to race Sean hard for at least 15 laps right there, and it could have went either way. You know, but hey, we had a track where we could get up there and run the high side, bang the boards, and you know, I mean, I don't know how Dylan ended up, but I tell you what, there's some badass race car drivers in the field tonight. Sean Jones, he's one to beat in a spec sprint, night in and night out. I don't know if the live stream knows, but Max Adams from Indiana, he was one of my good buddies. We raced USAC with him. He made the leap, moved to Indiana, and Finkenbinders, they put him in the car for the main event. So, I mean, you know, I think he was Gas City track champion this year in Indiana with the 410 boys. So, you know, you got some real top caliber drivers running spec sprints here at Antioch Speedway tonight. So, you know, if we could hold our heads up high and, you know, say we won that one, I mean, shoot, that's awesome. There's nothing else I could really say. Just thank my guys, thanks my sponsors. You know, they're having a good time tonight.
Yeah, they had a little fun. You'll have to watch the video for that. But and Dylan finished 4th. He had a good run as well. Now, I had a question for you as far as the racetrack. It looks like it changed in the middle of the race. At the beginning of the race, looks like everybody was running high. You tried to get around Sean a couple times on a couple restarts on the low side, and it didn't work. Then suddenly it switched, and you were able to get around him, and everyone else moved down after that point.
Sean Jones is a very smart race car driver. I mean, he's just got seat time and everything, and dwarf cars and stuff. He's kind of got that edge over me. He's driving a lot more often than I am. But you know, like we were in the same heat race. We had a pretty stacked heat race, and you know, Sean Jones. We were going to dive into turn 1 and see what happened. You know, we could bang a little bit, but not wreck each other. You know, and he's aggressive, and I could be aggressive too. But you know, sometimes some of my crew guys were saying, hey, you know, we kind of think he might have let you go a little bit, just to play the invert and start in front of you. So, I mean, I feel like I don't think he'd ever really, I think if you put this 33 car in front of Sean Jones, he's going to give it 100% every time. So, you know, my hat's off to him. You know, the line just, the track was changing. So, you know, most of the time he'll be coming through the field and you'll be leading it in a sit and duck, not knowing what's going on behind you. So it just happened to be our turn tonight. So I'm super excited.
DJ Johnson, congratulations, taking home another win for the 2020 season and our 2020 Wingless Sprint Car champion. And folks, again, make sure you tune into Wiley's Race Reports this upcoming week for a full interview with DJ Johnson. Congratulations, DJ. All right, one more main event to go as we have our wing sprint cars coming out next for one final race here tonight at Antioch Speedway. One more opportunity for IMCA Modified to get some hot laps in. Before we roll out our wing sprint cars. All right, Joe. You know who you're picking?
Yes, I do.
Drum roll.
TK.
That's a safe bet.
Tim Kading.
A very safe pick right there. All right. So that means I have to pick somebody. Man, that's a tough one. That is a tough one. Who am I going to pick? Next year, we got to figure out a way we're going to set this up on Facebook so we can get fans involved too and do some voting or something here. Now, Caleb Montgomery had a good run.
How are our camera guys doing out there in the cold? Bob and Tim, how are you guys doing out there?
One thumbs up.
One.
Bob Hernandez, who likes to post Hawaiian pictures and videos and all that stuff, sitting in the this is not Hawaii, no. Well, they do have that one mountain in Hawaii that gets snow on it and stuff. All right, I got to pick somebody. Holy cow.
Let's run through the lineup then.
Yeah, let me think here. All right, Caleb Montgomery starting on the point. He's out of Templeton, California in the 3X car. And then outside of the front row, winner of heat race number 2 out of Hollister, the 73T of Tony Goulda.
Out of Modesto.
He told me Hollister.
Or Hollister. Looks like we're wrong. Once again, like we said with the My Race Pass, you can update your profile, drivers. if your hometown is wrong or anything like that, you can go in there and change it.
Please claim your profile and update them.
Yes, and in row 2, starting in row 2 in the 42X out of San Jose, California, that is going to be TK, Tim Kading. And to his outside is going to be the 38B out of Lincoln, California, Blake Carrick.
Inside row 3, the 3M of Adam Kading, and outside the 87P of Jacob Tuttle out of Oakley, California.
And in the 4th row, in the 24, all the way from Columbia, Missouri, it is Garrett Williamson. And to his outside is the 3T out of Morgan Hill, California. That is going to be James Ringo.
Inside row number 5, the 61 out of Livermore of Travis Labatt. And to his outside, the 88A of Joey Rocket and Kana out of Concord, California.
And in your 6th row, in the 82J out of Chowchilla, California, that is going to be Steve Jackwith. And to his outside, in the 19 out of San Jose, California, that is going to be Art McCarthy Jr.
Inside row 7 out of Salinas, California, the 22 car of Keith Day. And to his outside, it is the 3 car out of Antioch. That's Ricky Brophy.
And starting in your final row, the number 12 out of San Martin, California, that is going to be Jacob Pacheco.
All right, I got to make a choice. I've got a few I'd like to do, but I'm going to stick local and pick our 2019 wing champion, Jacob Tuttle in the 87P. He had a good run in his heat race. He knows the racetrack. I know, Caleb looked good. There's a whole handful that look good. So I think you got the prime spot there, though, with Tim Keating. But you got to run the race.
Yeah, that's true. Like I always said, you got to run the race. Anything can happen.
I'll have to figure out how to do polls. See, we got to get a couple producers, or at least one producer, minimum. If you're interested in becoming a producer for Antioch Speedway TV, let me know. We need someone to work on this stuff, because we can't do it all on the air and do everything that needs done. We need some help. Looking for a couple folks. Let me know. Hit me up, Antioch Speedway announcer, and we'll talk. Getting these cars pushed off. A lot of these cars down at Merced Speedway last night. Who won the race last night?
I think you should already know that question.
You were there. I'm going to let you tell.
The 57, Kyle Larson, blew it up.
Is he at like over 50% win percentage this year?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. He's just on fire.
Yeah, it was a great race. Like I said, I'm not really a huge sprint car fan, but it was a good show.
You were there. You got to talk to him. That would have been fun. I haven't been down that racetrack in a few years.
It's probably a lot different from the last time. I think when, obviously, I'm assuming that you've been there when John owned it, right?
Yeah, I was the announcer there for that season.
Yeah, so they've changed it. They've done a lot of improvements to that racetrack. So kudos to them and what they have going on.
That's good. Getting them doubled up. All right, so we're not going to see, the track conditions have changed enough. I'm willing to bet we're not going to see the 112 miles an hour plus that we saw earlier. 30 lap main event. '88 car, I'm hearing over the radio, has no left front shock. Joey Rocket and Kana.
Let's give him a few minutes.
Having a problem on the left front shock. Trying to give him a lap or two, couple laps to see if they can get that fixed real quick. Laps of racing remain for this evening of racing here at Antioch Speedway. Thanks for tuning in to Antioch Speedway TV. Again, don't forget to keep an eye on our website at www.antiochspeedway.com. Our Facebook page, Antioch Speedway Buyer Promotions, and AntiochSpeedway.tv, both on Facebook. Those are the racetrack Facebook pages. Then you have my Facebook page, Antioch Speedway Announcer on Facebook. Also on YouTube. I've not gotten into the Instagram thing. I just haven't figured out the whole. I look at Instagram, but I haven't gotten into producing a whole lot on Instagram. I guess I need to educate myself on that.
Yeah, we got to move up with technology.
Giving the 88 car a couple laps to see if they can reattach that left front shock real quick and come free from the left front. Give these guys a little more time to get their engines warmed up. Caleb Montgomery, winner of heat race number 1, on the point out of Templeton, California. Tony Golda, winner of heat race number 2 out of Hollister. Outside the front row, Tim Keating. See another one we should make start at the back every time?
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that. Because they're, like you said, I can't say that because I feel like that's taken away from other drivers saying that they're not good. And what we're not trying to say that.
No.
So everybody's gonna get to obviously start in their starting position, you know. So
here he comes. Last race of the evening about to begin. Bring him around.
And they're going to get the 1 to go signal.
.30 laps, won't take very long with a wing sprint car. As long as we don't have a lot of incidents, this race is going to be over in a hurry. Pace vehicle pulls off. It's in the hands of Caleb Montgomery down the back straightaway out of Campbell, California. Coming around for the green flag. 30 laps of racing action for the 360 wing sprint cars.
We get set to go green. 30 laps to go. Montgomery, Goulda, green flag is out.
Here comes TK, already up to second on the going into turn number 1, but he loses a little bit of ground as the 73 car Gold gets back around him. Coming down the back straightaway into turn number 3. Our leader at the line, lap number 1, Caleb Montgomery. 99.705 miles an hour. One car on his roof. Jacob Tuttle rolls after T-boning one of the 3 vehicles.
I believe the red and white, I believe that is Art McCarthy.
No, he's in the 19. The 3R car, or not 3R, 3X. It started when... Okay. It started when the 3M of Adam Keating spun in turn number 1. Adam Keating sitting sideways. In comes Jacob Tuttle, T-bones him and ends up flipping. The announcer's curse strikes again. I think I need to start doing secret picks.
Something.
The 3M started it. Yeah. Jacob Tuttle ended up back on his wheels over there.
Actually, I thought he was going to keep the car rolling for a minute.
Yeah. 61 Travis Labatt's involved over there. — 61 of Travis Labatt. Who else is over there? 82 of Steve Jackwith also involved. Jacob Tuttle, where I was talking to him, he has both the winged and the wingless sprint car. Tonight he had his dad drive the wingless sprint car. He wanted his dad to feel it, see what it was like. But he does plan on running both next year. He'll be doing double duty with the winged and the wingless sprint cars.
Yeah, usually I believe he's usually the team car to Sean Arriaga, I believe, when Sean runs his wing car.
Which he no longer has a wing car.
Yeah.
He got rid of that, and he's going strictly wingless. So I don't believe we got a lap in. Or did we get a lap in? The red and white one on the back stretch up against the wall, closest to turn 2.
I just see there's 3 trees there.
Just underneath the Brant Ford sign. How'd that tree? Did we get a lap in?
Yes.
Okay, we did get 1 lap in, so 29 laps remain. Red flag is out as we. One of the cars I did here is leaking fuel over there. Heard the 61 at Travis Labatt out of Livermore is the one leaking fuel, getting him on the hook. Thanks for tuning in to Antioch Speedway TV on AntiochSpeedway.tv. Keep an eye out on AntiochSpeedway.com for any updates for next weekend's racing, as also on Facebook, as there start time could change. 3 o'clock is the tentative start of on-track activity. Start the mud packing at 3 o'clock on Friday and Saturday. We'll have to get these cars pushed off once again here once we get the racetrack clear. Looks like the yellow flag is about to come out once we get the 61 of Travis Labatt off the racetrack with the tow truck. The 82 car of Jack With. The driver's gone, from what I understand, out of the car. So Matt Quadrelli, one of our officials, steering it into the infield. Jacob Tuttle getting pushed off first, and he is rolling. And you see the wings doesn't look like it's damaged. He kind of like pirouetted right on the rear bumper and came back down.
Yeah, the car looks perfectly fine.
Yeah, I guess. Gonna go get it checked out, I'm sure. But man, don't see much damage at all. Yeah, no, it just kind of pirouetted on the bumper, and he's going to stay out on the racetrack. Ricky Brophy's rolling in that three car. He just kind of pirouetted on his rear bumper and went up in the ass end, spun, and came back down on his rear. We have the 3, the 3X, the 3M, and the 3T.
Three number 3s out there.
4 number 3s.
Oh yeah, 4, huh?
3, 3X, 3M, and 3T. A popular number.
Random.
Need to figure out a way to get like 5 of them pushed nose to tail, and had just push 5 off at one time.
And I hate to say this. This is one of the many reasons why I don't like sprint cars. They have a yellow, or they have a red, or whatever, and it takes 5 minutes to get them started. I mean, I'm a modified. I'm a late model guy.
I'm a stock car guy. I don't understand the no starter thing. But that's just me. I'm waiting for the first electric dirt car division.
I don't see that happening. I'll tell you that. I don't see that happening.
Hybrid? No. Do you ever watch the Formula E?
Yes, I watch Formula 1. I won't watch Formula E.
That is so weird hearing them whine around the racetrack.
I think that's the one where they like jump into another car. Or
yeah, halfway through the race, they have to change cars.
Yeah.
And then they still have to manage their battery power.
I like sprints, not marathons. So.
So Cody down there, after he won, he said he's going to. If I heard him right, he said he's going to Tulsa, right?
Yeah, Tulsa for the shootout. Tulsa shootout.
Oh, shootout.
Tulsa shootout they have, and then I believe it's 2 weeks after, 2 weeks or a week after they have Chili Bowl. So, yeah. And the way that I seen midgets race around Merced, I mean, it was crazy. So I can only imagine watching midgets racing inside that building in Tulsa. It's absolutely like freaking fighter jets in a gymnasium or something like that.
It was Tim McCready broke his back there one year racing. Car flipped and actually flipped high enough, went over the fence. Broke his back. Tim McCready runs the World of Outlaws late model series.
The Lucas Oil late model series. And he's also won the Chili Bowl as well in 2006.
I raced in the same area as his dad. His dad, Barefoot Bob McCready.
Yeah, the big block modified driver.
Big block modified. He always showed up. You know, he was one of the cars. He was always the guy to beat when he showed up at a racetrack. He showed up in an old mid-70s Chevy pickup truck, I think it was, and an open trailer. And he went out there and just whooped up on everybody. I ran small blocks when I was back there. I didn't get to run against him, but I was around him. And it was neat watching Tim come up through and have his success in the late models.
All right, it looks like we're gonna get set to go green. Green flag is out for Caleb Montgomery.
Up off turn number 2 down the back straight. One car up on the side. That is Ricky Brophy.
Ricky Brophy, Art McCarthy, and
the 22 car involved.
Yes.
Keith Day. Brophy lazily over on his side over there.
Yes, 22.
Another lazy roll down there in turn number 1. Ricky Brophy. He'll be doing double duty next year with both the winged and the wingless sprint cars.
Stop to come up on the feed if you want to see it. If it's on the feed.
Watching the feed right now. Feed's about a minute behind what we are live here. So see if I can see what happened. I saw the last end of Ricky ended up on his lid. So it looks like Art McCarthy spun, I believe, first down into turn number 1.
Hey, Rich. When I just saw Art McCarthy spun going down into turn number 1 first, and then the other 2 piled in.
So just seeing the replay or seeing the feed there, looks like Art McCarthy went down to turn number 1, got sideways, and the 22 car of Keith Day had nowhere to go, as did Ricky Brophy, and Brophy ended up on his side.
And it's weird, in the same exact corner as well.
Got that 3 car back up on all 4 wheels.
As I don't believe we got a lap in.
No, that was a restart there. Getting those cars pushed off, get them out of the way. So I don't even see much damage on Ricky Brophy's car from where we are sitting right now. Art McCarthy, yeah, that's just a different looking car from what I'm used to with Art. 22 car of Keith Day. Got rolled away. Art McCarthy looks like they're getting a hook on the front end of that car. Friday night, we got the wingless sprint cars here. We got the wing sprint cars. We got the Jay's Mobile Welding Hobby Stocks. And we've got the Hardtops / Valley Sportsmen. They put on a good race last time they were out here. It's kind of neat seeing those Valley Sportsmen with those wings, too. We'll be back out. Those, if you're not familiar with the Valley Sportsmen, they're the older cars. Some of them are definitely newer than the hardtops, but they narrow the bodies. So the driver sits over the center like a sprint car, but the body's narrow enough that he could basically put elbows on both windows. And they had a lot of fun last time out. Look forward to seeing those cars. On Saturday, of course, we got the IMCA Modifieds making their final start of the year here at Antioch Speedway, and IMCA Sport Modifieds. And the Jay's Mobile Welding, they're running both nights next week. 300 to win both nights. And I think there's some kind of point thing or something. That'll be nice. The mini stocks, or soon to be called mini stocks, currently called the 4 bangers. We'll be making finishing out the season as well for the 2020 season, finishing things up next Saturday night, the 28th of November, 2020. Happy Thanksgiving to you. If you're before I forget, because I won't talk to you again before Thanksgiving. Well, I will on Wiley's Race Report, but talk to you live. Happy Thanksgiving. Hope you have a happy and safe Thanksgiving. It's going to be quiet by the sounds like for most people under COVID restrictions. Ricky Brophy getting pushed off.
A quiet Thanksgiving?
Rolling. Yeah.
I'm having a birthday bash.
Are you? It's your birthday?
I wish. I like some excitement for my Thanksgiving.
There you go. You said you're not a party guy.
family is.
Okay.
Oh yeah, it looks like Brophy just has a little dent in the wing. Nothing too major.
A little fuel or something to roll through down there.
Yeah, it looks like we got a little wet spot going into turn 3.
Work on getting that spill cleaned up down there in turn number 1 as they're pushing these cars off as well. So our leaderboard looks like this. Caleb Montgomery on the point. Second place is Tony Golda in the 73 car, the 24, or excuse me, the 42 of Tim Keating in that third spot. Fourth is the 38 car of Blake Carrick, 38B. Fifth is the 24 of Garrett Williamson out of Columbia, Missouri. Nice long haul for him in the Mid-Mo Equipments and Sorrells sponsored number 24. Thanks for coming out, Garrett. They came out to run the show last night at Merced and said, hey, while we're here, we traveled all this way, we might as well hop up the road a couple hours and race at Antioch Speedway. Do appreciate it. Yeah, that dent will buff out.
All right, as we're getting them pushed off, we're going to try once again. Unfortunately, we only have 1 lap in the book. 29 still to remain. On this very chilly Saturday night. I'm not used to being at the races in this time of the year.
Remember, my first full season announcing was the first year we did the 4-day New Year's show. 2 nights here.
Oh my goodness!
And the third night was Merced.
Yes.
And finished out down at Chowchilla. That was cold those first 2 nights here.
Yeah, I oh man, I came here the mistake of just wearing a sweater, and I went home and I think literally just sat in front of the fireplace.
Looks like we got 1 more car to go. There we go, Joey, the Rocket and Connor. Got everybody rolling off. We'll get them back to green here in a couple more laps. All right, so let's see, maybe 5th, 6th is lineup is set, trying to see.
As we see, our flagman throws on another layer. As you know, the temperatures are starting to get cold out there.
All right, 6th is the 3T of James Ringo. 7th is the 88 of Joey Rocket Ancona. 8th, Jacob Tuttle after flipping earlier. 9th, Adam Keating. 10th, the 22 of Keith Day. 11th is Ricky Brophy. And 12th, the 12 of Jacob Pacheco. That's all the cars on the racetrack right now. Coming around to the green flag this time by.
As we get set, Caleb Montgomery. 1 lap in the book, 29 to go. Green flag is out. Caleb Montgomery jumps out to the point. Here comes TK. He's going to look into the inside of the 73. Tony Guadella.
Montgomery at the line. Golda in the second spot. Now TK. Tim Keating getting a little pressure from the 38 of Blake
Carrick.
gets back out in front of him coming up off turn number 2.
As they're all maintaining position, Carrick really applying the pressure now onto the 42X of TK, Tim Kading.
Montgomery up off turn number 4. He's got about 7 car lengths over the 73 of Tony Golden.
Yeah, it looks like all the guys are now running that inside lane. Nobody's migrating upstairs right now.
Montgomery was running on high side for the first couple laps after the restart, and as you just noticed, he has taken the elevator down to the basement, down there right along the tires in both ends of the racetrack.
As you can also see, you'll start to see these drivers start to pinch back that front wing, as that front wing is adjustable, or the wing on top of the car is adjustable.
Caleb Montgomery down to turn number 1, working that low line once again. Golden in the second spot. Keating third. Fourth is the Carrick car. Fifth is Williamson. Sixth is going to be Ancona. Seventh is Ringo. Eighth is Keating. He just got past Keith Day, just passed him, put him on. Took that position.
As Montgomery is starting to pull away from Golda, he puts a lap car in between those two. Here comes TK on the backside of Golda in the 73 car. Oh, the lap car kind of causes TK some ground on the 73.
Jacob Pacheco came right up into his racing line coming up off turn number 2, and he was much slower, and it cost TK some room.
Oh, we have one around the number 12 in the center of turn 3. That is the 12 car of Jacob Pacheco.
We were just talking about him, Tim Keating, trying to get around him. Right there in turn number 1. Last lap, 13.70 seconds, 98.540 miles an hour. Lineup set. And that lineup looks like this. Caleb Montgomery on the point. Second is Tony Goldacart. Tim Keating, third. Fourth, Blake Carrick. Fifth is 24 car of Garrett Williamson. Sixth is Joey Rocket Ancona. Seventh is the 3T of James Ringo. Eighth is the 22 car of Keith Day. Ninth is in the 9th spot on the racetrack is Ricky Brophy. Jacob Tuttle is next. Green flag back in the air.
Green flag back in the air. Caleb Montgomery still holding on to the lead. Up, TK tries to go upstairs, see if he has something up there for Golda. He runs through the center. No.
Once again, Keating trying that high side, not able to make it work. He's not losing ground up there, but he's not gaining any ground at this point. Tries entering that time into turn number 3 lower, but it pushes him up in the center of the turn, and he loses 2 car lengths.
And here comes Blake Carrick now. He's going to try that outside around, try to get around TK. As like I said, everybody's maneuvering to the inside lane of the racetrack right now.
Montgomery down into turn number 3, working that low line.
TK was all the way over there near the fence, searching a lot on this racetrack, seeing if there's any moisture anywhere to make the pass or gain some ground on Golda.
He's losing more ground. 1390 on the stopwatch, 97.122 miles an hour that last time by for Caleb Montgomery.
As we are now just halfway through this main event.
13 laps remaining. 30-lap main event for the Wing 360 Sprint Car. Battle's heating up for the second spot. Coming up down the back straightaway into turn number 3. Golda has him, but here comes Tim Keating. He's getting closer and closer off turn number 4. Down the front straightaway into turn number 1.
Oh, Ricky Brophy.
In turn number 2. Yellow flag out. Tim Keating was starting to put some pressure on the Tony Golda car. When that yellow flag came out, last lap 1383 on the stopwatch, 97.614 miles an hour. You know, I was going to pick Caleb, and then I just went with Tuttle. Would have been a good choice. Running well.
It's not over till it's over, though.
Not over. I had to go local. Going to give him the 1-to-go signal next time by. Caleb Montgomery still on the point. Second is the Tony Golda car in the 73. Tim Keating third. Fourth is Blake Carrick. Fifth, Garrett Williamson. Sixth, Joey Ancona. Seventh, I believe that's Adam Keating. Double check as they get closer and I can see it better. 3T. Nope, that's James Ringo. I'm sorry, 7th. 8th is Keith Day. 9th is Adam Keating. 10th, that is the Jacob Pacheco car. And 11th, it is the 3 car of Ricky Brophy. Coming around to the green flag this time by Caleb Montgomery, hard on the gas.
Green flag is out. Oh, TK goes upstairs. He goes upstairs. Oh, and he gets into the fence almost.
He almost hit the wall, and that loses a spot.
Yeah, to Blake Carrick. He drops down back to the tires.
1350 on the stopwatch, 100 miles an hour that time.
Here comes the 88 of Ancona on Williamson, the 24 car, and he's upstairs as well, trying to make some moves as he's possibly, no, he denies Keith Day the position.
Battle for second up off turn number 2, down the back straightaway, into turn number 3. Tony Golda getting a lot of pressure from the 38 of Carrick as they come up off turn number 4. That time Golda gets a little breathing room coming up off turn number 4.
As we are now inside of 10 laps to go.
Say Carrick right now has a better entry, but Golda has a better exit of the turn. So they're seesawing back and forth. Meanwhile, Caleb Montgomery saying, see ya. He is 3/4 of the straightaway ahead of second place. Golda.
Yeah, he's starting to check out. He has clean air. Golda, Carrick, Keating, Williamson, Day.
Next car is going to put a lap down. It's going to be Ricky Brophy, 3 car. To turn number 3, coming around. 5 to go this time by.
5 to go.
This 30-lap main event for the Wing Sprint cars here at Antioch Speedway.
Here comes Montgomery on Ricky Brophy. He's going to put him a lap down. And he is just checking out away from second place.
103.7 miles an hour last time by. But cost him 7 miles an hour. I'll have to work around Ricky Brophy. Coming up on turn number 4. 3 laps remain. It's 30-lap main event.
3 laps in the book. I mean, I'm sorry, 3 laps to go. As once again, Ricky Brophy goes around and turns 2.
Yellow flag back up. Not what Caleb Montgomery wanted to see. That's going to do it for Ricky. That's 2 for him. He'll be done for the night.
And just once again, that is going to put Caleb Montgomery just in more clean air.
Get him pushed away. Get him off the racetrack. '12 car of Jacob Pacheco pulls off the racetrack. As they're working on getting Ricky Brophy turned around, get him off the racetrack as well. 3 laps remain. This 30-lap main event. Can Caleb Montgomery hold on and take home the win?
Looks like he has the best position to do it now that he's in clean air with only 3 laps to go. And the way that his car was starting to check away from Golda. We'll see. Does Blake Carrick have anything for those two? Possibly, as he's got around TK for that 3rd place position now. As the yellow lights are still on. They're going to give him one more time around.
Lights out, going green flag racing. Next time by Caleb Montgomery out of Templeton, California. Leading from the start. Can he hold on and take home the win? Heat race winner as well. And at 5X Inc., Luxton, Dave Cry, CSI Shocks, and Bullseye Design sponsored car. Green flag in the air.
Green flag in the air. Oh, Blake Carrick's going to try around the outside. He can't get the drive. That outside's just not working for nobody right now. As he's going to see Montgomery. 2 to go. Yes. As TK maneuvers upstairs once again. Still nothing doing for him. Montgomery's going to get the white flag. White flag's out for Caleb Montgomery. One more time around the circuit. As he gets
off turn
down
2.
the back straightaway into turn 3, going into 4. Your winner in the wing sprints is going to be Caleb Montgomery. 2nd is going to go to Tony Goulda. 3rd to Blake Carrick. 4th to Tim Kading, and 5th is going to go to Garrett Williamson in the 5th place position.
Last lap 1382, 97.685 miles an hour. All right, head down for victory lane. Working on scaling the winning car. He'll be heading to victory lane. Caleb Montgomery. Thanks again for folks turning in to Antioch Speedway TV for another exciting, fun-filled evening of racing here at Antioch Speedway. We got 2 more of them left. Next Friday night and Saturday night, the 27th on Friday night, we'll have these wing sprint cars back. The wingless sprint cars will be here with them. Jay's Mobile Welding Hobby Stocks will be here, as well as the Hard Tops and the Valley Sportsman running combined. On Saturday night, to finish out the 2020 season for Antioch Speedway, we'll have the IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Sport Modifieds, Jay's Mobile Welding Hobby Stock finishing up their two-day show, and then the Four Bangers, soon to be called the Mini Stocks here at Antioch Speedway. Caleb Montgomery pulls into victory lane. Unbuckling, getting all the gear off. Climbing out of his race car. Helmet falling to the ground. So I dropped the mic. Come on out front here so they can see you on TV.
Heck yeah.
Caleb Montgomery, congratulations. Nice run.
Thank you. I appreciate it a lot. This is it's my second win here, but this is my first win actually counting it because there was some pretty good, pretty stout people here. I mean, we got Bob. He's been absolutely on fire this year. I'm pretty sure he won the Forney. He won the opening Watsonville race. He snookered that one from me, and we beat Tim Kading. I mean, he's a household name in California and even back east, so I'm really pumped to get this one done. And even Tony Gualda was here. He's no slouch. He's pretty bad boy, wing or non-wing. So pretty good field, pretty good finish. I'm pretty excited.
I think the hardest part you had tonight was just getting through some of the lapped traffic.
Yeah, I noticed I had to keep an eye out in front of me. I always had to be watching in front of me, the corner up ahead, because I would see the lap cars spinning out. I saved myself in 1 and 2 because I went to the bottom and I was watching the two lap cars do whatever they wanted to do in front of me, and one of them decided to spin it out. And luckily, I just turned hard right and went right above them because that could have been pretty ugly, and I probably wouldn't have been happy.
Coming out there into the race, we had that late yellow flag. You had a sizable lead at that point. I don't know if you knew how big of a lead you had, but you couldn't have been, liked seeing that yellow flag at that point.
No, I didn't really want to see any of the yellow flags. I mean, we were just keeping our momentum up, trying to hit consistent laps, lap after lap, but I didn't know that I had a lead. I was running my race as if they were breathing down the back of my neck the whole time, and I figured Tony was going to be right on me along with Tim, so I just tried to be as consistent as possible and not miss my lines, and it paid off for us.
Will you make it back Friday night?
Hopefully we can catch a ride, or hopefully my dad can get off work. We don't really know, but man, this 3 Luxton car was absolutely on rails tonight. Max Adams had this thing just planted. Actually, me and him both set it up because he got a last-minute ride in the Finkeminder car in the spec sprint, so he told me a few routes to go, and I kind of went one route and then picked some selections off of the other route, and it works pretty good for us in the end.
Partway through the race, halfway through the race or so, you had to move from the top down to the bottom.
I was trying to be as indecisive as possible when it came to which line I was going to run in the beginning because I didn't know which line was fastest, and I was waiting to see if I could hear someone's motor screaming on the outside or inside of me. So I was pretty positive it was around the bottom after a few laps in 3 and 4, but I was trying to run the top in 1 lap in 1 and 2, and maybe run 2 laps on the top and then dive back down to the bottom just to make people guess so they couldn't just throw a random haymaker or just try to tub me coming off the corner because they never knew where I was going to go. So they had to pick a line for themselves and they had to stick with it, and I was just trying to be as inconsistent as possible so they didn't know where I was going to go.
What do you want to say thanks to for helping you get out here and race?
Of course, I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, Luxton, David Cry, Phillips Farming, CSI Shocks, and a big thanks to Max Adams. I mean, he's really putting on in these wing cars and doing all that he can really do. So, I mean, it's really showing how much speed we've really gained over this year, and this is the first of many.
All right, Caleb Montgomery, congratulations taking home the win tonight.
Thank you very much.
Caleb Montgomery winning tonight's main event for the wing sprint cars. And finishing up tonight's action on the racetrack here at Antioch Speedway. Thank you for tuning in, Joe. It was a fun night of racing out here.
Yeah, it was. It was a great night of racing in all of our classes and our wingless division. DJ Johnson picking up the win. And our micros, having our micros debut out here. Cody Gray picking up the win. And also in our Delta Dwarf cars, Sean Jones picking up that main event win, and giving a congratulations to Caleb Montgomery for winning his wing sprint class. But yeah, tonight the racing once again fantastic as always, and I'm excited for excited and kind of bummed out for our final nights coming up Friday and Saturday.
That's right, 2 more nights of racing for the 2020 season, all next weekend. And then we go have some off time. And Chadwick, Chadwick, promoter here at Antioch Speedway. Chad, another exciting, fun-filled evening of racing complete here at Antioch Speedway.
Oh yeah, definitely. We're all excitement.
So we got 2 more races this upcoming week, Friday and Saturday night to finish out the year. How's it looking for you?
Well, the weather's looking good. Going to be a little cold, but that's why we're starting a little earlier. We got Wing 360s next week again on Friday, and the Wingless and Hobbies. And then on Saturday we have Sport Mods, Hobbies, and A Mods.
And then also on Friday, you got the hard tops.
Yeah, we got hard tops on Friday, and then we got 4-bangers on
4-bangers on Saturday. So finishing out the year with 8 different classes, 7 different classes of racing here at Antioch Speedway, and it should be another 2 nights of great racing action.
Yeah, no, I think it will be. I really do. The track was good. I wish they could have just had a little more passing, but it is what it is.
All right, well, Chad and Tina Chadwick, thank you very much for another exciting, fun-filled night of racing. We look forward to Antioch Speedway TV being back on the air on Friday and Saturday night here from Antioch Speedway before we get a short off-season to do a lot of work around here.
Oh, yeah. We got a lot to do, a lot of painting and a lot of rebuilding.
All right, Chadwick, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And with that, Joe, thank you very much. It's been another exciting, fun-filled evening of racing. Any last thoughts for you?
Yeah, I appreciate you. Thank you once again. Like I said, great racing. Looking forward to being back next week.
Tim, Bob, thanks for the great job on camera work. Bob, thanks for joining us. Look forward to having you here as part of the Antioch Speedway team. Just remember, just stomp on it, and those little buggers won't get a hold of you anymore. Keep an eye on the website, www.antiochspeedway.com, the Facebook pages, Antioch Speedway by Promotions, AntiochSpeedway.tv, and Antioch Speedway Announcer. YouTube, also Antioch Speedway Announcer. And Wiley's Race Report coming up on Wednesday night with an interview with DJ Johnson and talking about tonight and the upcoming events. Don't miss it on Antioch Speedway Announcer, YouTube, Facebook, and the aforementioned Antioch Speedway by Promotions, AntiochSpeedway.tv, and AntiochSpeedway.com. Wiley's Race Report Wednesday nights. Thank you for tuning in, folks. You are the biggest thank you. I want to say thanks for tuning in on Antioch Speedway TV. Until next time, I'm Wiley Wade. Good night, everybody.
Good night.